Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a Wheels Off Wednesday. Zay, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I guess it's our Thursday today since BK gave us the day off on Friday. So, yeah, today's show Wednesday, tomorrow's show Thursday, and we're off.
Yeah.
Everybody on TSU. So, yeah, glad to be here. A lot of things to talk about. How are you, my friend?
Doing good. I've been running around a little bit. Went down to campus. Got to talk to Anthony Hill Jr., Colin Simmons, and Michael Taft. And there's the backbone of your defense right there. Anthony Hill. He might be the best linebacker in the country in college football. Colin Simmons says he wants to break the single season sack record at Texas, which is 22 and a half. Set by Kiki Diayala in 1982. That would be monstrous and probably would result in him being close to, or if not the top pick in the NFL draft. Because you rack up 22 and a half sacks in the SEC, yeah, that's going to get some people's attention. I thought that was interesting because someone said, how many sacks you want to get this year? And he said, I want to break the sack record.
Damn.
Okay. Hey, if anyone can do it, it's probably Colin Simmons with that ball get off. Someone put out on social media a look at, his ability to get off the ball. And I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, I'm absolutely positive offenses are going to change the cadence, try to do a, heavy count to draw him off sides. That hasn't been a problem. I mean, he's been drawn off a couple times, or he's been flagged for offsides a couple times, but
what game was that? Georgia?
Yeah.
SEC championship?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the guy is special. And it was funny. He changed his number from 11 to 1. And someone said, why'd you change your number? And he said, because I'm the one. Huh?
I see. Got some cockiness to him, that's for sure.
I mean, confidence, right?
No, you need that.
What you call that? Confidence or cockiness?
A little bit of both. But
Okay.
you need a little bit of cockiness to play this game. I mean, it's so violent, like so many alphas in the world when it comes to the game of football, and what separates you from the rest of the pack. And Colin Simmons having that edge about him, that's what you need. Like the best have had that. The Lawrence Taylors of the world, the TJ Watt, JJ Watt, Myles Garrett, the list goes on. Like they all got a certain edge about them. Like, yo, when I walk in the room and everybody looks their head at the door, they know I'm the baddest mother effer in the planet. And Colin Simmons has that aura about him. I think he's going to bring that into his sophomore season. And yeah, I'm glad he spoke to y'all today. Probably the first time in a non-bowl setting that he got to speak to the media. And Steve Sarkisian, you got to earn the right to speak to the media. For one, we got to make sure you ain't gonna say nothing crazy. Could have folks talking in the wrong way. But also, when you're one of the leaders, when you're one of the ones that are busting their tail in practice, and you're not only leading vocally but by example, then Sark's gonna let you talk to the good folks of the media like yourself, Chip Brown. So seeing Mookie Taft, Anthony Hill, and now Colin Simmons now talking to you guys, it shows what Sark and this coaching staff think of him. And again, this guy, How can he not be the number one pick or be fighting for that spot? Obviously, a lot of things could happen from now to 2027 April, but this dude, what he showed last year in limited snaps as a freshman, it couldn't have been more impressive. So now that he get all those snaps, and I know Pete Kwiatkowski is still going to rotate these guys, especially with how deep the edge room is. I think we're just going to see his volume increase and see his play increase also.
Well, it's going to be interesting because Trey Moore is working almost exclusively at weak side linebacker, which is, something that I think he wants to show the NFL that he's got that ability because he's undersized for an edge rusher in the NFL. But if he can show that he can play linebacker and come off the edge, then he adds value. So he's working at linebacker. You've got Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke as your bookends right now. With Colton Vasek out, that's allowed for Lance Jackson to get a lot of reps with the twos. He's making the most of it. We talked about how he's got a college-ready body.
Yeah, good genes. Like his brother's going to be a high pick in the draft this year.
Brother Landon at Arkansas. But Lance Jackson, 6'5", 258 as a freshman. And I said to you when I saw him at the Peach Bowl, I was like, this dude is put together. I mean, he looks like he's been with Torrey Becton for a couple of years. So, and then a guy who's been waiting his turn, Zena Umazulu, who's 6'5", 260. He's been getting more reps with Colton Vasek, recovering from shoulder surgery. So, even though you got guys out, you're pushing, some guys who have been waiting their turn, giving them a chance to show. So I think, and Colin Simmons said of Zena Umazulu, he said, y'all are going to see.
Uh-oh.
I know. He said, y'all are going to see. So that's good news for Texas fans because if Colin Simmons is giving you his endorsement. Okay, here's my Perse Hilton moment of the show. So Michael Taff. Love me some Michael Taff.
We all do.
He's the voice of reason. Guy's unbelievable. And real quick before I get to my petty Perse Hilton nugget, he said he's working on his tackling because he said this may come as a shock to y'all, but I may, have been tackling high in the past. And so I'm going for the hip instead of the helmet. And which drew some laughs. And then I think Kirk Bowles asked him, was that targeting? And he was like, no. But I asked him about Jalen Gilbo at corner and how's Wardell Mack doing at nickel. And he's like, well, Gilbo came here as a corner, so the move to corner is natural for him. He did not answer my question about Wardell Mack at all. He said, under Coach Aquina, he said the 5 best defensive backs, period, will be on the field. And if 3 of those are safeties, then we might have a safety playing at corner.
He said that?
That's what Taft said. So he said, everybody's fighting it out. And never said how Wardell Mack's doing. So just I pay attention to those things.
You pay attention, yeah.
Well, it sounds like Wardell Mack has some work to do, which is fine. It's fine. Guy got to play a little bit. Had one of the best interceptions of the season last year. I like Wardell Mack. I think his future's bright. I like Xavier Filsaime. I think his future's bright. But you could tell Taff sounded, I got to get the word right, because someone asked him, okay, how's life without Jade Barron and Andrew Makuba? And he's like, it's kind of sad. And he said, I text him a lot. He's like, it was so much fun to play with those guys because we were so close. We were always on the same page. And it was just fun and great. And he said he's developing that kind of a brotherhood with Jelani McDonald. And so, those are your two starting safeties in my mind. Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald. I think you could almost put that in pen for the season opener. Everything else is up for grabs. And Taft he sounds like a coach.
I'm telling you.
He's like, everything's earned, and I asked him for, names of guys who've impressed him, young guys who've impressed him. And he mentioned Grayson Littleton. And Grayson Littleton is a guy who's been working some at nickel. So he said, I don't know if it's going to be this year or in 2 years, but he said that guy is going to be a player. And so, Taft's, it was funny because he was like Dwayne Aquina. Taft's like, I've been head down. And then I look up and I'm an All-American. And he's like, Dwayne Aquina doesn't care about that. Dwayne Aquina's like, oh, you think you're good? I coached Nathan Vasher and Michael Griffin and Michael Huff and Aaron Ross and guys who won the Thorpe and went on to big time Pro Bowl careers. And so Taft's like, yeah, he fits the grind mentality. And so I think they all feel like Dwayne Aquina's brought juice. He's brought a hunger, a passion, and Taft said it's what the secondary needs with all the guys who just left, with Jade Barron leaving, Makuba leaving, in the transition of Gilbo from nickel to corner and whatnot. But yeah, your thoughts on that?
I've been saying Michael Taft's sounding like a coach ever since he started doing media interviews and stuff. Like that dude, I remember asking Coach Dodge about it when we had him on a month or two ago. Like that dude's cut from the right cloth, and we know his love for the University of Texas rolls very deep. But for him not to mention Wardell Mack, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes it's hard to answer a double question because you're focused on the first part, and then sometimes the second part, you just lose track. Because when you ask the Wardell Mack question, maybe he lost track of it. Because that does
maybe.
Because I know Sark sometimes he'll be like, what was your second question again?
Right.
And you have to go back and answer. Because you be asking them double questions. I'll be like, damn, Shep.
I know. You only get one shot, so you got to try and get as many in as you can.
Yeah, I know your game, but for some folks out there, that's a little hard to answer. So I'm going to give Mookie Taft a pass on that one. But, yeah, that room is thick. The cornerback room, safety room. Like, you want a rotation.
And he pointed out Warren Roberson. So the two young guys, I asked him, okay, who's standing out to you among the young guys? He said, Grayson Littleton. He said he's going to be a good player, great effort. Don't know if it's going to be this year or next year. And then he said, Warren Roberson. He said, Roberson's always been good in man coverage, but he's learning how to disguise his zone coverage. And Roberson reminds me, I think I've said this before, of Ced Griffin. Okay. He's one of these guys who loves the game, loves to hit, loves the man-to-man matchup. Like, let's go man-to-man. I'm in it. I'm here for it. Like, he's not afraid to go man-to-man. And am I going to get my bump? Am I going to, get my hand in the right place and get some, ability to push him off his route? Roberson's like, let's go. And he's, I've heard his name a lot, making plays. So just wanted to throw that in there.
No, I love it. Again, this room's thick, man. Like, guys are going to be scratching and clawing. And I like that Mookie Tab said, if we need to play 3 safeties on the field, so be it. And you would hope that, again, Jalen Gilbo, he's really versatile. So he could play safety at times too. A lot with what we saw with Jahdae Barron, where you can move him around anywhere. Same with Jelani McDonald. So I'm curious about who else is like that. Because I'm sure that's what Steve Sarkisian and these guys have been recruiting to. Guys that, okay, they might be playing outside corner throughout their high school career, but maybe we could see them at that star position. Maybe we could see them at that safety spot just to mix it up, because that guy has certain versatility that we can unleash as coaches. I think they've done a really good job at that. So we'll see. I mean, this is what you want. Like, I'm sure Dwayne Aquino is licking his chops every day trying to figure out, man, there's a lot of talent in this room. How are we going to come to a conclusion on who needs to play more reps than who? And
the thing I like about Aquino is if he sees a guy, let's say Grayson Littleton, let's say Littleton, it's not his time, and he's going to grind it on special teams this year. Aquino's the kind of guy who's good in the transfer portal age because he connects with guys. And if he sees the promise, now some guys may take this and say, oh, well, then I can go get in the portal. But I think he builds a relationship with guys, and then he tells them, hey, you got what it takes. And he does not tell them that early. Like, he doesn't like Taft said today, he does not hand out praise. Respect is earned both ways, Aquino told him.
Can I get a good job? Can I get
right.
I see you there, son? Something? No
right.
praise, huh? Just ice
no
cold.
Praise, just
old school.
Right. For now,
yeah.
It's show me what you got. Now I'm going to coach you. It's going to go both ways. I got to earn your trust. You got to earn mine. It's not a one-way highway. It's a two-way. But I think it's good. I think it's
and like throughout your whole coaching roster, there's going to be your good cop, there's going to be your bad cops. There's going to be some coaches that are going to jump your bones and chew you out and embarrass you in front of everybody. And then there's going to be the other coaches that put their arm around you and ask you about your girlfriend. So
right. Like,
you have that mixture of both.
He wouldn't put arms around guys.
He was good at both.
Okay.
He was good at both. That's what made him.
He was the good cop and the bad cop.
He was the good cop and the bad cop. I don't know how he did it, because when it was bad cop, it was pretty extreme. But then you'd see the good cop, and you're like, wow, this is okay. I get it here. So when you have coaches that can do both, obviously that's a huge luxury.
Like, you were pissed because he probably didn't give you enough praise. Like, he would jump you because you were his kid. He couldn't have people thinking, I'm being nice to Zay because he's my
Correct.
kid. I gotta get rough on him if he blows an assignment. Probably, or did he? Did he love you up when you had that?
He was good at balancing that with me, but also my mom was really good at it. Like, she was the good cop, but also you were terrified of her at the same time. It was weird. It's a big mind muck, because you're like, can I go to you for something? Or I feel like I can. My gut's telling me I can, but also have a certain caution in the back of my mind. But yeah, like that's the type of coaching that you need. So Dwayne Aquino, when he could be that, here comes Mark Orfe. And Mark Orfe is going to sit down, and Dwayne Aquino might yell at you what you did wrong. Here goes Mark Orfe, where he's going to talk to you like as a friend on what you did wrong and how do you correct that to make you a better player. Like that's what coaching's all about. And
now hold on a minute.
Job.
How did Annie put the fear of God in you? Is she one of those like, I'm so disappointed, or what?
Yeah, she's one of those.
So she's not gonna yell.
Nah, she'll yell too.
Okay, she'll get you a little.
Yeah, she'll yell too. That's
okay.
Her East Austin just comes out where you just, obviously she's toned back over the years since she's done raising us, but yeah, she just, I don't know, man. She has these eyes too, where like a disappointment / like I can't believe you, and you never want to piss off moms, man. I love her. I never want to hurt her in any way. So she was good at making you feel like crap after you did whatever you did.
What was the worst thing you did?
Worst thing I did.
Most trouble you got in?
Probably when I like instigated a fight in middle school that I had nothing to do with. And
were you in the fight?
No, I wasn't. I was like Don.
You were.
I was on my Don King.
You were stirring the pot.
Yeah, I was stirring the pot.
You were whipping people into a frenzy.
Right. And
so they fought, and they probably got suspended.
Yeah.
And it was all your fault.
Yeah.
And
they couldn't suspend me because again, I didn't fight, so I couldn't get suspended. They just had to, they had to make CC go up to the school, and it was bad. It was bad, which I don't really see what I did wrong. You know what I'm saying? We all love seeing a good fight. I don't really understand that.
I was bored. I needed some entertainment.
Yo, man.
It was lunchtime.
Yo, ain't nothing wrong with, getting a little scrap after school. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong. It wasn't like I was collecting money. That'd be different. It wasn't like I was charging $5 a head to get in to see the fight. I was just saying, hey, you heard so-and-so was talking about your mama like this? Then I go to the other one, you heard so-and-so said that you a punk? And like you can feel the tension with the two.
What were their names?
I'm not saying their names
because they're still around.
They're still around.
Okay.
Yeah, I like going to.
Have they?
Now, when I see them, do I remind them all the time?
Okay.
Yes.
But they're doing okay now. You didn't ruin their lives.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Again, and God rest his soul, one of them's not with us anymore. But the other one that I see all the time.
Well, then you probably did ruin that person's life. I mean, look what you did.
Relax. No, that one on me.
Not even with us anymore.
For one, he won the fight.
Okay.
So he was good.
Gonna say,
he won the fight.
Did you put him in a fight he had no chance of winning?
No. He won the fight. But again, Don King, that's my man. He's a legend. He was a little shady. Middle school Zay was a little shady too. Can't even lie. But yeah, that was
what grade was that?
7th grade.
7th grade.
7th grade.
So 8th grade. Okay, I'm gonna tell you my 8th grade story here in a second. Did you ever throw down? Did you ever get in a fight?
Oh yeah.
In school or on the court?
Yeah, it was on the court. Yeah.
You threw punches?
I threw punches.
So
I ain't gonna lie. I got stuck a couple of times. I didn't get suspended or nothing, but I got stuck a couple of times because the dude was older. But I got a couple of good hits in. But I ain't gonna lie. your boy took some hits. Your boy took some hits.
So he got a couple shots in too.
He got a couple of shots in, yeah.
So this was a good fight. I mean, if both of y'all landed shots,
it was probably 15 seconds.
Okay.
Something happened.
But I mean, if you both are landing shots, it means you're both in there trading.
Yeah.
Like a hockey fight.
Yeah, he caught me off guard. I ain't gonna lie.
He sucker punched you.
Not sucker punched. Like something was gonna happen. I was prepared for that. He swung low. Didn't expect him to go low. He got your boy.
Knocked the wind out of you.
A little bit. But that adrenaline, yeah.
I had that happen to me too. I had a guy go low, and I was not expecting that. And I was like, oh, I can't breathe.
How'd that go? What happened?
Bad. Real bad. Real bad. I was ready to throw hands high, and he went low, and I was like, oh.
That completely threw you off your game? What happened?
It was kind of he won. It was like a one-punch walk-off.
Damn, one punch?
Yeah.
Were there people around? Were the hunters around?
It was in the cafeteria.
Oh, everybody saw it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, even the honeys.
But that was like in 4th grade.
Okay, that's not bad then.
So that you know,
that's not bad.
Everybody had forgotten about it as soon as it happened.
See, I got it too.
Let me tell you my 8th grade story, because we'll just call him Joe.
All right.
Joe talked me into getting into a fight. He was the same thing. He's like, "Did you hear what that? Did you hear what he said? You're gonna let him get away with that?" And I was so in 7th grade, I was with all my friends, great junior high, middle school, whatever. Then they redistricted, and I got sent to the penitentiary for 8th grade. Wow. I had to go to Millwood, and Millwood was like
the penitentiary.
I mean, it was. These are all the kids who are Beavis and Butthead and who are in the juvie. I mean, it was.
Oh yeah.
This is the rough side of Kalamazoo, Michigan. And so I show up there. Every day I'm just trying to get through the day. There was this kid named Leon. Every time he saw me, he put me in the lockers. Like,
Leon sounds black as hell.
Oh, Leon was black and tough, and he saw me as like, I'm on the tennis team. He's like, tennis? What the hell is this? And then he's like putting me in the lockers, and I'm like, okay, are we done yet? Because I gotta go. So it was awful. And and this kid talked me into fighting this kid I didn't even dislike.
Not Leon.
No, not Leon. I wasn't fighting Leon.
You trying to deal with
Leon was like 6'3" in 8th grade.
Yeah, Leon looked like Lawrence Taylor as a kid.
I was like, Leon, why are you picking on me? Like, finally, I was like, why are you picking on me? Like, seriously, this has got to be boring to you. And so I ended up getting in this fight with this kid, Ricky, who, and this time I got the first punch. But then my friend pulls me off of him. He gets a punch in while I'm being restrained.
Yeah.
And then our gym teacher, Mr. Fleckenstein, that's his name, big guy, comes up. He's like, he's sifting through the fight, and then he sees it's me and Ricky, and he's like, oh no, not you.
Not you, Brown.
Like I expect some of these other guys to be fighting, not you. And then he goes, you're both going to be suspended. And I heard that like suspended. And I was so pissed. I was so fed up. I was so sick of Leon putting me in the lockers. I broke out of Fleckenstein's grasp and I punched Ricky so hard in the face.
Dirty.
And
dirty.
And Fleckenstein's like, what the hell are you doing? I was like, I'm getting suspended from this shithole. I'm getting my money's worth. And he couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Oh man.
And so then we go to the office and our principal, Mr. Washington, black guy, huge fro, like awesome eclipse of the sun fro. And he's like, y'all both are getting suspended for 3 days. And he's like, you don't ever want to be in my office again. Do you understand? Because if you're in my office again, you're going to be going to Leo. And I'm like, Leo? To myself, I'm like, what the hell's Leo? And that's like the school for, the degenerates. So I'm it's like near Christmas. And so I'm suspended. So I took the bus downtown. I was like going to go do some Christmas shopping, and I'm on the bus, and this bus driver's like, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be in school? And I'm like, yeah, I got suspended. It was just like me and him on the bus.
What?
And he's like, you got suspended? What'd you do? I was like, I got in a fight. He's like, oh, that's not good. That's not good. Did you win? And I was like, yeah, but
Yeah.
it was late. It was late. It was like after the bell.
Dirty.
It was the worst. Like, that was the worst. And the worst part was telling my dad.
Oh, yeah.
Because my mom's like crying. She's like, you got in a fight? Oh, where did I go wrong? I tell my dad. My dad's like, what the bleep are you talking about? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, do you understand that goes on your permanent record?
Yeah, was that just y'all's era? A permanent record?
I was like, permanent record? No one told me about some permanent record. He's like, that can keep you from getting into college, keep you from getting in the military. And I'm like, what's this permanent record thing? What? Who? Where? No one told me about that. I don't even know what the hell that meant.
Yeah.
But fortunately, it happened in 8th grade, not 9th grade. Because if it happened in 9th grade, then maybe I don't know how much people talk, but that was awful.
Man.
So, yeah.
You got Ricky, man.
Ricky.
You got Ricky on the low.
I wasn't even mad at Ricky. I was like picturing
Leon.
all my frustrations.
Yeah, Leon. You're probably picturing Leon.
Leon.
Yeah, Leon I was telling you for playing tennis.
Oh my God. Everything. But yeah, it was like I was the first person he ever saw with tennis rackets. And then he was like, what the hell are these? Like, he's trying to get in my bag and stuff. I'm like, dude, just leave me alone. Oh, it was terrible. Awful.
That's funny as hell, man. Yeah. I ain't never heard that one before. That was funny.
Leon. I never saw him in high school, so I don't know what happened. Because I seriously went to high school, and the first thing I'm doing, I'm like looking around. I'm like, where the hell's Leon? Is he coming for me? I never saw him. So I don't know if
Leon probably ended up like Debo from Friday.
Yeah.
Just roaming the streets. Robbing people.
On the streets, taking what he wants.
Bullying the neighborhood.
It's my bike now.
My bike.
It's my bike. Leon in the pen, dog. Oh
yeah, Leon in the pen.
Hopefully he might be.
Yeah, he got some activity. That's tough, man. By the way, my man Chan asked, why'd I get into a fight? Because the dude undercut me on a layup. And I went in to confront him, and that's when he stole on me. I didn't see it coming.
Oh, you walked up on him and he just punched
I walked up on him and he just punched me just like that. Like, who do you think you are? Vernon Maxwell?
Right.
What the hell are we doing?
You're not supposed to take my legs out and punch me in the gut.
Yeah. These kids trifling, man. Trifling.
Yeah. Don't be trifling. That's the lesson of the day. Don't be trifling.
All right, so Anthony Hill, how did he sound? What was he talking about?
I love Anthony Hill, first of all, because that dude, he is all about business. And so, everyone asked him, okay, how's it going? He's like, we're a young group. And it's true, because you look at you look at that defensive line, and even though Cole Brevard's a veteran, and Cole Brevard is easily the best, he's had the best spring of the defensive tackles.
He probably so happy to be around winning. It was so rough at Purdue. Like what they win one game this year. Like
that was rough.
This is a breath of fresh air for Cole Brevard. Like going from that to this. Like, yeah, I know he's counting his blessings every morning when he wakes up because, Lord, that's some tough times, man, for the Boilermakers. Hudson Card and them.
Has anyone checked on Hudson Card? Is he all right?
You don't hear nothing about him being in the draft. He ain't got no eligibility left.
Right. They won their first game, and then they lost 11 in a row.
Oh, my gosh, man. How you everyone's homecoming game? That's just...
Well, and the weird thing is Hudson Card, I think he
got hurt probably.
Well, I'm looking. Because he had 9 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. He played in 10 games.
That's awful.
He missed a couple games in October. But love some Hudson Card. Good dude.
Me too, man. I'm a little surprised that his career wasn't better. And again, he wasn't always a quarterback. Like he was a receiver the first few years at Lake Travis. And then he became the quarterback. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm getting half the yards that Hudson Card getting at Lake Travis throwing it up to Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson got his corner beat by about 10 yards or so every snap. Garrett Wilson going out jump everybody. Now, again, Hudson Card did this thing, but I feel like Garrett Wilson probably made up for a lot of stuff down there at Lake Travis. So that makes you look good. He had a solid senior year. He was fast, and then he just got to Texas, and you would see little flashes. He was tough, but he was just kind of small too, so he got hurt a lot, and it just never worked out.
Well, he got caught. He got caught in the coaching change because his time came right at the coaching change. Sam left. Ellinger left, and then Herman got fired. So you got Hudson Card and Casey Thompson, but you got a new coach who's, runs a pro-style offense, wants his quarterback in there. So now if this is true, I didn't know if TCU wanted him before he chose Purdue, that might have been hindsight is 2020, but he had some good moments. Some good moments.
One legs, he be reminding us. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Looking for that damn Bryce Young.
His best game was against Neil Brown in West Virginia. That was a pretty good West Virginia team, and he handled it. He handled business. And that's what got him opportunity elsewhere. But Cole Brevard is happy. He went from 1-11 to a team that's being talked about as a college football playoff team. Yeah. And he's you ask Anthony Hill about him, he's like, oh yeah, he's like Cole Brevard's having some good days. And no one's going to appreciate a defensive tackle like Anthony Hill because those dudes got to keep the offensive linemen off of Anthony Hill.
Right.
But he and Leonga, man, they're tight. He said, of the young players, he said Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, Justice Terry, Lance Jackson. He said Brad Spence. Oh, he's nice.
He's nice.
Like he can
play.
Play.
Yeah, he can play. Nice.
Yeah, he's like he fits in. And He's like, Trey Moore's learning it fast at weak side. And then, someone asked him, who's got the same kind of intensity as you? And he said, Trey Wisner. He said Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and Colin Simmons.
Yeah.
And then someone said, you looking at this like a contract year? He said, man, I'm just trying to get better every day.
Not a way. Professional. That's a professional thing to say.
Because I asked that of Jaden Blue in the spring last year, and he was like, yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan.
Mr. I'm going to be Xavier Worthy's 40 time. Yeah, Jaden
Blue.
Well,
that was Bond.
I feel like they both said that.
Well, Jaden Blue said he thought he was the fastest guy in the team.
Okay.
But I think that was after it was after Worthy left. He said he's helping Bo Barnes a lot. Bo Barnes.
I love that. I love hearing that.
Yep. And he said, yeah, there's lots of chirping with Arch. He said DJ Campbell's talking a lot. He said Neto Umazulu's talking a lot. He's like, it makes practice spirited. And he said Ty Anthony Smith is coming along. Said he's working at Sam linebacker. He's working on his block destruction because Ty Anthony's he came in a little light. Got to get those hands off him. And on the offensive side, Anthony Hill mentioned James Simon.
Wow.
I'm telling you. I heard they're running him deep on routes. His hands are so good.
What?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the shit they were doing with Bijan.
Yeah.
Remember? They run Bijan deep.
They didn't do it enough, but they did it. They did a little bit.
I mean, he's not, I don't know.
He's not Bijan Robinson. Man,
no, he's not. And I don't even know if he's gonna see the light of day this year, but he's a guy they are high on. And I'm telling you, 31. I hate that number, but
why? Priest Holmes used to rock it at Kansas City. That's a dope number.
I know, but it just feels like a
full. Did Leon wear 31?
Maybe. Maybe Leon wore 31.
Maybe Leon wore 31, where he played linebacker and he was ripping guys.
Who's your favorite 30? Yeah, Priest.
Oh, Priest Holmes, yeah.
He wore 31 with the Chiefs, didn't he?
Yep. Cold.
I hate that number.
Swifting. Reggie Miller on the basketball side. That's
basketball. Anything goes in basketball.
That's not true. Your boy Dennis Rodman was rocking 91, which it fit him because he's so damn crazy. But
I love that.
That's a nuts number.
That's a nuts number. Alex January. Anthony Hill praised Alex January. Yeah, man. Colin Simmons is a trip. He's just funny. I mean, he is. I love that dude. I'm glad they brought him out.
Yeah. How did he look? How the body?
Oh my God, he is.
Yeah.
He looks like a grown man. Yeah, he's up to 240, and it's all
240.
There's not a piece, and he loves Justice Terry.
Does he really?
Loves him. And I'm like, okay, what?
Is he playing with the edge guys? Like, is he seeing them more? Because
no, he's like, he just has that dog. Like, he loves the process. He loves to practice. He just loves it. And I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. Oh yeah. Justice Terry loves the process. He loves to grind. He loves to get in there and practice. And he loves Lyle Clark. He said, that's my dog.
That's my dog.
He's like, he's teaching me a lot. And someone's like, well, what's he taught you? And he's like, he told me to switch up my stance.
Switch up the stance?
Like, go off both
Coach,
feet.
Coach, I had 10 plus
I
sacks
know.
this past
He's
year.
like,
You weren't even around. What you talking about? Switch
he's
up your
like,
stance.
you gotta give them something to think about. It's like a pitcher. You gotta throw different pitches. You can't be throwing fastball every time. You gotta show them you can do some different things.
That's deep.
So I like that.
Yeah, you gotta have a lot in your bag, man. Like, see, that's Alan Clark. Alan Clark's underrated. You've been real high on Alan Clark.
Yeah.
Coming out of Ohio State. He is underrated because Pete
Well,
Kwiatkowski's been taking over for the last few years when it came to the edge rushers. Now Pete Kwiatkowski, he could be CEO a little bit more for the whole defense, and guys like Alan Clark could come in and make a name for themselves. And sounds like he's doing it already. When your best edge rusher is saying something like that, look out for Alan Clark, man. One of them young guys, them young brothers that Sark has brought along to be relatable.
Hey, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with Sark's ability to identify these young up and coming coaches, because Sark knows it is a young man's game. I mean, you can have a couple veterans like Pete Kwiatkowski and Dwayne Aquina, but you got to have a bunch of dudes that can go into homes in where Alan Clark's from Louisiana, Kenny Baker's from Georgia. You got to have guys that can go into homes in those areas and connect. Like Kenny Baker getting Justice Terry. That was huge. Now you develop them and send him off into the league, and everybody's like, oh yeah, man, he developed Justice Terry. And man, that's what the top end guys, they want to know they're going to get developed and go to the league.
Yeah.
So you got to have that. CB says there's some new developments in the Isaiah Bond case.
Yeah.
Uh,
All the times for this crap to happen. It happens now. Like, come on, man. Like, again, I have no idea what's going on. I've tried to not look into it because it always stinks no matter what. Anytime a situation like this gets brought up, it reeks. So I just want to wait till everything comes out before we say anything about it, because it's horrible timing. It is horrible timing. I saw your girl, Sedona Prince. She ain't even get drafted in the WNBA the other night. WNBA was like, we're good. You ain't that good. Like, you ain't no Rebecca Lobo, Sedona Prince. Like, well, you're worth the problems. Gonna come in our locker room and disrupt everything? Absolutely not. So yeah, Sedona Prince, have fun in Russia or Spain.
dang,
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot
you
of
sending her to Siberia?
I mean, hey, she want to play professionally where they might not care about that type of thing. She want to keep on hooping. She's gonna have to go overseas because the WNBA, she will never play at the WNBA. Ever. Of her luggage, nah. Again, she's not good enough for them to risk that. Risk the locker room. She's not a game-changing player. She's good, but and she was supposed to be in the mock drafts. They had her as a team pick, 13, 14, 15. And then these GMs were like, nah, she just got too much baggage.
Yeah.
Well,
when you have a reputation of not being able to get along with teammates, they don't have much patience for you.
Yeah. Hey, Cook in the portal too. Back, baby. My man Jonte Cook trying to get picked up. He's changed, Chip. He's
been in rehab, right?
He's been in rehab. Got some help. Get him some Ritalin, a Claritin or something to calm him down. Something. Because he's doing the wrong medication. As that medication that he was doing, it's good, but not good for everybody. Don't let Ricky Williams, make you get it twisted or anything. It ain't good for everybody. So some folks, they need Ritalin. Jonte Cook might be one of those guys because he has so much talent. We talk about this every time we talk about Jonte. What could have been? Would Emmett Mosley, the fifth, even be a thought if Jonte Cook was still on this roster and his mind was all right for him to keep playing?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Jonte. Everyone's like, Jonte. I'm like, Jonte's got issues. Like, good for him for going to rehab and getting his life together. Like, he's got to figure out how to just be before he can be thinking about football. He's got to, whatever's happened in his world that's made him, feel like he's misunderstood or whatever. He's got to get that figured out because he needs to be able to just be a citizen before he can even be a teammate.
Yeah.
Like, that's a dude I'm hoping gets whatever help he needs to be a functioning citizen. And then, can he handle the adulation and the ups and the downs of being a star athlete? But man,
I have to go the JUCO route.
I mean, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Cam Newton went JUCO when he was still in computers.
Yeah, right. There's second. If you can ball, you get second, third, fourth, fifth chances. If you can help someone win, you're going to get multiple chances. And so, I hope he gets it figured out, because you don't just show up at Washington and within a week you're snooping around your teammates' lockers.
1 week, man.
Looking to steal stuff.
Come on. Like, hey, what's good? I'm John. Hey, what you got up in here? What you got going on? Blew through that NIL money.
Michael Taft talked about that today. I mean, he kind of went out of his way he was asked about Arch, and it ended up kind of coming back to Nico Iamaleava, and he was like, Arch is, the ultimate teammate, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I don't know what's going on with Nico. I don't know if it's him or the people around him or whatever. He's like, you don't ever hear anyone in our locker room talking about financials or the portal. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
That's good for Sark. Good for these coaches and these players for building a culture that's like, hey, this is about the team. We all do what we're supposed to do. Maybe we get to hold that lipstick trophy at the end,
Hell yeah. I mean, again, talking to Hummer yesterday and him breaking down the Nico situation for us, and hearing it's mostly his dad. That's awful. Like, I feel bad for Nico Iamaleava. Yeah. Like, I feel so bad for him. It's not his fault that that's his dad. And you're going to back your dad until you can't anymore. Like, one of the probably best things that the Ball brothers did, Lonzo, Angelo, LaMelo, they disconnected from their dad. Once they got to the league, they started making their own money. They're like, yeah, we're going to get our own shoe deals. LaMelo, he has his own shoe at Pullens. That messed up once you tried to make a cut or a crossover and it was worth like $500. He ain't wearing that no more. Their dad was so toxic, and they realized, okay, now we could separate ourselves a little bit from him since we're older. And even though Nico is in college now, he clearly feels a certain, connection with his dad, where like, yo, if your dad's telling you, hey, you're our way out, son, you're going to be the one that puts on for the whole family.
Here's the scary thing. Let's say there is a school that was like, we'll pay you $4 million. And so the Iamaliavas are like, hey, we think we're worth $4 million. But now this thing's gotten so messy. That school that was promising you $4 million might be like, we don't want to be messy. The not showing up to practice, getting on a plane the day of your spring game. It's a little messy now. We're not going to pay you $4 million. Maybe it works out for him. Everyone thinks it was UCLA. And now, Rick Neuheisel, whose kid is on the UCLA staff, said today, from what I'm hearing, it's not going to be UCLA. And I'm like, uh-oh. Because
his dad might have ruined his life.
Yeah, I mean, this thing could, you talk about going JUCO.
Yeah. Just for being greedy. Like, you're already in the millions. I get it. Taxes changes everything, but still.
There's no way Nico is making that call on his own. Like, Nico knows he didn't play worth $4 million. He played okay. He's going to get better. But now and trust me, Jimmy Haslam is one of the biggest donors at Tennessee. Jimmy Haslam could have reached in his pocket and paid Nico $4 million, but Josh Heupel didn't want him. Josh Heupel's like, we're not doing this. The guy was trying to squeeze us going into the playoff. We're not playing this game again. We're good.
Going into the playoffs, crazy.
Yeah.
And again, I can't blame Nico for it. I gotta blame Pops and everybody else around him. Like, that's where you might have to fight your Pops type of situation. Like, Dad, I can't do this, man. I owe the guys in the locker room, I owe Coach Heupel and the rest of the staff my time and all my energy. Like, that's not it. Like, it'll all come back.
Yeah.
You win, it'll all come back. Like, in the right way.
There's going to be a hell of a 30 for 30 on this. Because I don't know if it's Nico. And Nico, yeah. I mean, Nico's dad has a reputation. So we'll see how it, how it plays out. But yeah. That's too bad. Because I've told you, I don't think it was Quinn's idea to leave early from high school to go to Ohio State. I think he did that to help his family. And then after that, he was like, I'm making the calls. I'm in charge. And Quinn had a chance to go make a pile of money somewhere else for his final year of school. And he's like, I'm not doing it. I'm doing just fine. And I have so much respect for Quinn Ewers. It's ridiculous. Like, I think there's more to that kid than anyone will ever know. I think there's a lot going on inside that guy. And I think he's a really good teammate. I think every time Arch talks about him and how much he helped him and, seeing how Quinn handled tough situations, seeing how Quinn handled having Arch Manning as his backup. You and I talked about this all last year. I'm like, you know what I love about Quinn? He's got his blinders on. He doesn't waste time on stuff that doesn't matter. And, you wanted it to work out for him so much last season because, there are people who were like, oh, Quinn, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, if there's no Quinn Ewers, they don't get off the mat. Like, everyone can say, oh, bench Quinn for Art. Quinn built this momentum, getting him here, playing the way he did against Alabama. I mean, the guy the guy's pretty good, and
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how his draft situation turns out. I don't really care where he goes in the draft. I care more about what team he goes to. I hope he gets into a good situation, whether he goes in the first round or the fourth round. I hope he ends up in a good situation. He's got money. It's not going to be about the money. He needs to go somewhere. He wants to, he said it, and this resonated with me. Quinn said, I don't just want to be a guy who goes into the NFL. I want to be a guy who is in the NFL for years and can have a career. And I'm like, this kid, he's got depth to him that I don't think people realize. And I think the guy's I think he's a really good dude. I don't know him. I don't spend time with him. We're not hanging out, but you can just tell.
Right. Like he was in Hayden Connor's wedding. I want to say he was one of the groomsmen, along with guys like Jake Majors and stuff. Like that's a big deal. What your teammates think about you. And Quinn just having this past before Texas, coming in and just being one of the guys. Like I'll never forget when Keelan Robinson had a video go viral where Quinn was rapping like Q the Fool, who's an awful rapper, but it's what these young kids are listening to. And all the teammates were in there along with Keelan Robinson, and they were going crazy because they were like, yo, how does this guy know this rapper Q the Fool? Like, okay, he's one of us for real. Like, so he's more relatable than what you think he is. And also, when we look at what an elite quarterback is supposed to be, especially vocally and how they go about their leadership, Quinn's not necessarily that. He doesn't have that like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady type of aura to him. He's a little bit more quiet. He's a little more reserved, but he still has a fire about him that just, I remember asking Hummer about it, and he was like, Justin Herbert is one of those guys that's just quiet demeanor, very soft-spoken, but also will rip your head off when you give him the chance to. And I think Quinn has a lot of that about him. So he kind of just gets misunderstood. And we never saw him healthy at Texas. Not one of the 3 years that he played in the Burnt Orange, he was ever healthy fully. And then the oblique injury in your contract year, basically, that's what, really set him back. But he pushed through all that. He still made some big-time throws. He still made some big-time plays. And like we've been talking about, the fact that Arch Manning was next in line, that wasn't easy at all. And I can't even imagine going through that. Nobody has had to go through that type of situation before, like Quinn Ewers has. I know everybody likes to compare him to Major Applewhite with the Chris Sims situation. There wasn't social media back then. So it was still, you could still fly under the radar a little bit during that Applewhite, Chris Sims era. There's no flying under the radar in this time of era. And Quinn Ewers, he handled that as well as you could have.
Right. And Sark didn't handle it like Mac either. Mac threw Sims right in there, even I think before Sims thought, Mac was like, okay, we're going to alternate week to week who starts. It was so bad.
It's wild.
Like Mac got out of that thing without his fingerprints on it, but Mac is the one who turned that thing into an absolute pick a side. And this is a school that already loves QB2. So, Ewers, and this is interesting. CB says Ewers catching strays whenever they talk about Golden and what happened last year with Worthy and Mitchell during the draft. I'm not quite sure.
Because they made him good.
Oh, yeah.
Like that. Yeah. They make Quinn Ewers look good.
All you have to do is watch Alabama in 23 and Michigan in 24. Say what you want about Michigan. Their offense may have sucked. Their defense was legit. Their defense beat Ohio State. So Quinn navigated that defense perfectly. They didn't run it a lick. It was all Quinn. Go watch. Quinn was 8 of 10 on third down in the first half, passing the ball. I mean, he was so locked in. And when he was healthy, he was really good. He was healthy against Alabama in 23. He was healthy against Michigan. And then the problems came after that. As he got healthier late, he had Peach Bowl. Obviously, SEC, the Georgia games were tough. I mean, they're tough on everyone. No one played well on offense in those games. The O-line, quarterbacks were under siege. That was so crazy, man. How well Georgia played against Texas and not that well. I mean, they were good and they won, but they struggled to win against
everyone else. It was just like
against Texas. It was like they knew what was coming. They knew the calls. It was like, we're gonna tee off and have us a day.
Yeah.
It was crazy. And Texas still almost beat them in the SEC championship. Should have beaten them.
As OB Gunner Stockton. I was like, oh, we got him now. Me and BK were sitting by each other at the bins. We're looking at each other like, oh, yeah, Carson Beck, he ain't coming back. Old Big Ocho laid the smackdown on him, though. Carson Beck sent him off to Miami. Big Ocho sent Carson Beck to Miami. Go figure. But, yeah, ain't no way this backup Gunner Stockton going to come in and be comfortable. Gunner Stockton had another thing coming. Gunner Stockton, that first drive out of halftime,
he just ran enough.
Thank of beauty.
Yeah, he had a couple passes there. The pass to the sideline on third down.
Yeah.
And then he ran just enough. And that was it. Turned out to be the drive that got Georgia back in control of that game.
Yeah.
And now they're saying Gunner Stockton having a good spring, looking good. He's in command. So watch out. Georgia they got to replace some dudes on that defense.
They got to play some dudes everywhere.
Yeah.
But it's Georgia. Like what? Georgia. Kirby told Sart 31
newcomers.
Players. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. Speaking of 30 transfer portal guys, I saw that West Virginia already has 30 players in the portal. Neil Brown, Shad Scott, you know what to do. If there's anybody worth coming to Texas, I'm sure Steve Sarkisian's going to those guys like, hey, fellas, what's up? You know him? You know him? Who's this? Is
Jaheim White in there?
I didn't see all that. I just saw 30 transfers.
Because I'm not hearing much on Jaheim White.
They might not even be looking at Jaheim White the way we've been hearing James Simon's name popping up all over the place.
Right.
That might not be something to consider. But Jaheim White's a hell of a player. They might be looking at bigger fish to fry here.
Yep. And I'll give Sark credit. He said, we're only bringing in guys from the portal if we have a pressing need. So I think there will be another defensive tackle. And then it's 50-50 on the tight end. There's what?
I mean, that tight end's interesting.
Right.
Because you're high on E. Winston.
Right. And you got Jordan Washington coming back from injury. You got Spencer Shannon. Let's be honest. It was 3 tight ends last year, and Amari Niblack barely got any run. It was pretty much Gunner and Juan.
If
Juan
Amari
Davis.
Nyblack tears it up for Mike Elko and Texas A&M this year, I'm going to lose my mind. Especially if Texas is struggling at the tight end position. I'm going to lose my mind because, again,
Is that a Post-it note?
yeah, put that up. If Amari Nyblack has more yards and catches and touchdowns than all the tight ends at Texas, I'm going to lose my mind. And he has like a great breakout year because he is talented. Sometimes it's not the right fit. I understand that, y'all. I am not ignorant to that topic. Sometimes
Would you say if he has more
catches, more yards, more touchdowns? Not by like a long shot, but by a good amount. Than Jordan Washington and Spencer Shannon and E. Winston and whoever the hell they bring on. But yeah, Amari Nyblack, it clearly wasn't the right fit. I don't know if he felt slighted because Gunnar Helm was getting all the touches, and then Juan Davis was thrown out there at times and getting looks. They tried with Amari Nyblack at different times toward the end of the season, but it wasn't for long. So, again,
and look what happened at the tight end position for Texas.
Yeah.
Record year.
So that's what I'm saying. If you're Amari Nyblack, why wouldn't you want to be a part of that? Why wouldn't you think I'm next? Here we go.
And you were next. I talked to Jeff Banks at the Peach Bowl. He was like, Amari's, buying in. He knows what he's got to do. And clearly they sweet talked him and offered him more NIL money. And Texas is like, our offer is our offer. And we understand. So, and here's what I love. Okay. I don't know if Amari Winston is going to be an impact guy this year or not. I think there's a chance. But what I have heard about Amari Winston that I love is that the guy loves football and he's coachable and he's a dog and he wants to hit you. Like as a tight end, a lot of remember JT Sanders? You had to poke him with a electric, prod to get him to be physical. Like he gave up the sack that, injured Quinn with that AC joint sprain. And I get it. JT was hurt. He had an ankle. But he wasn't a tenacious blocker. Helm was. And Juan Davis became that. Amari Nyblack was not that. So, I think Amari wants to be a flex tight end. And in Steve Sarkisian's offense, he's going to play two tight ends. And there's tons of opportunity if you're a tight end. But you're going to have to hit and block. And you're going to have to catch. You got to do both. You don't get a free pass. I mean, that's why they let Jared Wiley go. Jared Wiley wasn't physical. He wanted to go down the field and catch. He was a former quarterback.
He's not physical too.
Huh?
He's too big not to be physical too.
He's Spencer Shannon's size, 6'7", 251. And at TCU in their air raid offense, he got to kind of just run around and score. I mean, he only had 4 touchdowns, but he was on a team that went to the national championship game. Good for him. He's with the Chiefs now. Got a chance to replace Travis Kelce, for God's sake. So good for him. But he wasn't at that point where he'd be physical. So they were like,
be gone.
It's all good. So.
Yeah.
I'm putting this up.
Yeah, put that up. Because, Sometimes you gotta let guys know. I'm not saying you should have given Amari Black more money, but convince him to
I'm gonna lose
stay.
my mind.
I'm gonna lose it.
That's what Zay said. I'm
Yeah.
gonna lose my mind. Put this.
Nah, I might not lose as much because I know if he got that bag from A&M, he could easily grip them. I mean, if they pay him, let's say
I got it
50,000
right there.
more.
I got it right there under. If Rory Harmon shoots 36% from 3, Texas winning it all.
That's huge. We're in the
Next
lab, Rory. Rory and Kendall Weaver.
Man,
Rory's on one side, Kendall
I'm
Weaver's
trying
on
to
the
find out
other.
what's going on with our girl Neepkins.
Doesn't she have other visits coming up?
Yeah, I thought I saw her like in the bakery this morning. There was like a 6-foot girl wearing some Utah gear, and I'm like,
why was
like
she wearing Utah gear on her visit? Wearing Utah gear? That's weird.
No, but maybe she's getting ready to go to the airport or something. I don't know.
Okay.
But I didn't go up to the woman and be like, "Hey, is your name Neepkins?"
Yeah, that would have been a little creepy.
Yeah, that would have been a lot creepy. But I'm trying to find out how it went because that girl checks every box. 3-point shooter, 2-point shooter, free throw shooter. That would be big time.
No, Texas women, I think they've done a good job replacing Taylor Jones and Shea Holly and bringing in girls that fit the scheme and what Vic Schaefer likes to do, especially with the bigs, the Ace-Brick girl from VAU and then Cunningham out of Arizona. Vic
Cunningham is the immediate impact player. She's the immediate impact player.
Okay.
If the FAU gal is, just tearing it up, great, but she might be a year away.
Okay.
Because you got Kyla. So I think the 1-2 punch is Kyla and the gal from Arizona.
Bria Cunningham.
Bria Cunningham. Kyla and Cunningham.
Yeah. Yo, I need a big offseason from Jack Alinda Winnetonda and Justice Carlton.
How do you get Jack Alenga to be more of a physical downhill player? Because she's efficient. She's got mid-range game.
Yeah, you want to work on her handle, like her ball handling, so she could beat girls off the dribble when she catches it in the high post in that elbow area. She had a mean spin move finish with the left hand against South Carolina. It was vicious. It was a really good move. And she just shows you flashes, but sometimes
that was with Madison in the game, though. It was like as soon as Booker went out, it was like, okay, Jack, take over.
Yeah.
And she didn't.
And that's the thing. I think she defers because she's the fourth option most of the time when she's in the game. It's either Taylor Jones, Madison Booker, or Rory Harmon. Different orders from there, but she's the fourth option after that. So it's difficult for her to get into a rhythm and then also decide when it's time to pick and choose. When do I score right here? And when do I make sure we get the ball down low to Oldegger, Taylor Jones, or get Madison Booker a look? So, again, work on her handle, work on her shooting. Obviously, everything that the trainer has for you, getting stronger and getting you to jump higher. But, yeah, she has a lot of juice. She has a lot of upside. And Vic and the rest of the coaching staff should really be excited about that.
All right. So I was at the Dish last night. Texas baseball. Big weekend series. It starts Thursday, and they changed up the time. So So Thursday's game against Auburn, it's, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because it's Easter weekend. So Thursday night's still at 7:00, but they moved the Friday game up to 6:00. So make a note of that if you were planning to go. And then on Saturday, they moved the game up to noon, to a noon start. So there's stuff going on campus, Auburn, trying to get out of town, flight plans, whatever. So Friday game 7, Thursday game 7, Friday, Good Friday, Texas Auburn, 6:00 at the Dish. And then on Saturday, that third game of the series will start at noon. And Texas last night played their first game as the number 1 team in the nation for the first time since March of 22, and came out guns blazing. Scored 3 runs in the first, 4 runs in the second, and just took over against a good, UT Rio Grande Valley team that has Rylan Galvan's twin brother on it. So this is crazy. So Rylan and Renee Galvan, Rylan, who's probably the MVP of Texas baseball at this point, was born 2 minutes before his brother Renee, and they're identical twins.
Yeah.
It was crazy to see Renee, because I'm like, holy bleep. You can't tell these dudes apart. But the last time they were on the field together at Dish Falk, they were winning a state championship together at Sinton High School. And so their teammates were like, hey, let's make it a reunion. So the Galvans had like 100 people there.
Damn.
Teammates from Sinton, their families. It was awesome. Like I went down and walked the concourse because there were so many maroon Sinton t-shirts. And so it was like Galvan night at the ballpark. The parents were there. They're not married anymore. But like talking to Rylan after the game, he was emotional. Like, he's like, this was one of those moments in life you never are going to forget. And Rylan, he was 1 for 1, but he got on base. He made things happen. Renee had a hit, scored a run. So pretty cool little side note. And of course, my man Cade Bing finally got a decision.
Look good.
Dude goes 5 strong innings, retired 11 in a row at one point, and they didn't screw it up for him after he went out of the game. They won it.
Would have finished a lot earlier if my man Easton Winfield didn't smoke the game-winning catch to end it at 7.
Okay, so we were all cussing because, if you can get out of a baseball game in run rule fashion in the 7th inning, you take it. And there's Easton Winfield, it's a bad jump. Then he has to run fast over toward the foul line, and it's in his glove. And then he looks in his glove like the ball's on the ground, dude. Like, anyway, so I'm not trying to dog anyone, but we go out to media availability. There's no one else on the field except the left fielders. And they're hitting ball after ball after ball in the air. I mean, it was left field practice, and Easton Winfield got pulled from that game as soon as that happened. Jaden Duplantier goes in. I mean, Schloss is he's like, someone's got to take that job.
We've been talking about it for weeks.
Yeah. He's like, there's opportunity and someone's got to go take it.
Who the hell wants it?
Jeez. You're playing for the number 1 team in the nation. Like, Easton Winfield's a big number NIL guy.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I mean, not big, but
for baseball, it's big.
Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
And he was known more for his bat at ULM, known more for his bat than his defense.
He got a hit yesterday.
Yeah. No, he was good. He's been good at the plate. But this is the second time in a row that this has happened.
He caught one yesterday, and then he kind of slipped to try to throw it back to the infield. And he kind of tried to play it off and did this little side high step type thing. And I was like, all right, bro, you need to get it together. I know you ain't getting all these reps, but damn, somebody take that spot.
You got to love that Adrian Rodriguez is like, put me out there.
Yeah, I'll do anything. Put me at second, whatever.
He's like, I'll figure it out. He's a baseball player. He's like, I can do it, And then Ethan Mendoza goes down.
I told you.
Yep.
Told you yesterday. I
did my homework. I asked, and boom, shoulder. Diving for the ball at Kentucky on Sunday. He aggravates a shoulder.
Yeah,
he's going to be game time decision Thursday. Probably not. Right now, he couldn't go. Right now, if the game was right now, he would not go. And tomorrow's the game. So, Adrian Rodriguez probably going to be at second again. But yeah, they got to get it figured out because Tommy Farmer's doing fine in right field, needs to hit a little better. And that was the thing on Farmer, that he's a really good outfielder and the hitting needed to come along. And he's had some good moments. But he's doing fine. I mean, he's going to stay in right field, but they got to get left field figured out. So, yeah, that was rough. But, positives, the Binger, Gasparino, 4 RBI. I mean,
he was good.
The dude he's so much more patient at the plate.
Whoever was on the call this past weekend for Kentucky, the 4-letter network, whatever color, and
those local yokels.
Yeah, those guys, they weren't even at the ballpark. It was weird. They were allowed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were allowed to do it from the comfort of their
houses.
Homes. Yes, it was weird.
Oh, wow.
Whatever it takes, I guess. Either way, when Will Gasparino was up to bat, whoever was doing color, who played in the major leagues back in the day, said that Will Gasparino looks exactly like a USC version of Mark McGwire.
Yes.
Like his batting stance, his size, his mass, all that. And then he was like,
yeah.
I mean,
we're
talking before 98. We're talking before Matt got big.
Right. Before the creatine. Yeah. Before the HGH. Yeah. Gasparino's got a chance. He's an interesting dude. I mean, he broke out as a freshman last year, and everyone's talked about how more mature he is. You're a freshman, you get away from your family, you're from California, now you're over in Austin, Texas, and you look like him. Oh, hell. I'm 6'6". I got blue eyes. I'm the star center fielder, Texas. Hell. But Schloss said last night, he's acting more like a pro, preparing more like a pro. And he's working with Tulo. I mean, Tulo.
That's a big deal.
Tulo I talked to Schloss today about how that came about. because Tulo was not in the plans. And then, Michael Early gets the gig at A&M, takes Will Fox with him, and then Schloss is like, all right, let's sit down and talk. Yeah. And Schloss is like, this dude's rare. He's like, he said, I had a little bias against him because I know how former ball players are who are like amazing ball players. If they want to coach, most of them want to play golf in the morning and show up and just be the star, And he's like, this guy grinds.
Yeah.
And he loves to teach. And he loves the game. I told you that story from Houston Street. He shows up, Houston's like the GA, finishing up his degree. He's the grad assistant at Texas, Tulo's, infielders coach for David Pierce. And Street walks out onto the field at Dish, and Tulo's got him throwing to a target like this big at first base. And Street goes, so like the size of a little bigger than a softball from third base. And Street goes, what the hell are you doing? And Tulo's like, yeah, man, I'm getting him to throw it in that little tiny target. He's like, you never did that when we were with the Rockies. He's like, hey, they don't know what they don't know.
Yeah.
He's like, we're going to get these guys to be the most accurate dudes throwing it to first base of all time.
Yeah, he's like, I ain't have to do it. I was Gold Glove no matter what. Like, come from a different cloth. These guys.
I'll say this, Zay. I was on that flight back from Vegas with the team, and I watched Tulo interacting with the players. And he is so cool, man. Like, they all want to hang around him. They all want to be like, and he's just like, what's up, man? Like when it comes time for baseball, he's in it, telling them exactly what they need to know. But when they're just like hanging out in the airport waiting, they all want to talk to him and stuff. And he's just like joking with them, busting their balls. And you can tell why he was a great teammate, because he just exudes that it quality. He's not, he doesn't have to say anything.
Yeah. No, if he didn't get hurt, he's straight to Cooperstown. Like, he had a lot of injuries and stuff, and that kind of helped demise his career a little bit, but he was one of the best players during that little era where he was so dominant in the show. And yeah, if you're a college player, you want to hear stories. You want to hear what it was like and pitchers that he used to face and what strategic situations did he go into each pitcher and who was underrated for him. Like, they want to know all those things. Like, that's cool. That's awesome. So when you're talking about, oh yeah, I remember playing Barry Bonds back in the day and, facing the big unit, Randy Johnson, stuff like that, who's 6'10", like OG stories that Unk status type of guy that Tulo is would probably tell. And then he's also teaching you, so you could hope to accomplish your dreams by getting into the show later. Like, yeah, that's a huge pickup that Jim Schlossnagle was good with. And then you got guys like Max Wiener and stuff, like the coaching staff, A-plus coaching staff right now. And that's why they're sitting at number one, because the coaching is applying to the development. You got guys that have good work ethic, but also have a lot of talent. And when you put all that together, that's why you're the number one team in the nation.
And he was a basketball player.
He hooped.
Yeah.
Damn. Athlete.
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 Come on. All right. Let's Let's get a couple mentions in here before we get to the commentary on a Wheels Off Wednesday, which is really our Thursday, because Good Friday we'll be observing the day off. Hey, Cover 3. Cover 3. It's my spot. It's my jam. I love Cover 3. Listen, I mean, the motto is dining, spirits, and sports. And the dining is what's going to bring you back, the food. The menu's awesome. I mean, I talk a lot about the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. And I talk a lot about the brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Ruby Trout, the Chop House burger, which Texas Monthly calls one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. If you haven't had the Chop House burger, that's a great place to start at Cover 3. Right there on Anderson Lane, up in Round Rock, off Old Settlers, and Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. Oh, yeah, man. And those margaritas, those frozen margaritas, careful. Don't overdo it. They'll get you where you want to go. And to my guys who are snoring, listen, I need you to get over to sleepcyclecenters.com. Sleepcyclecenters.com. And fill out the questionnaire, set up an appointment, because you tell them that you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. They want you to get evaluated because they want to help you. Hopefully, a lot of you heard our interview with Dr. Chad, who founded Sleep Cycle Centers. His dad died from sleep apnea at the age of 60. And so he went into the profession to make sure that that doesn't happen to you, doesn't happen to someone listening to our show right now. Because if you're snoring, it's not just annoying to the person next to you. It could be a sign of a major health issue. And that sleep study is going to give Dr. Chad the information he needs. They've got all kinds of treatment options, including oral appliances, not the CPAP mask that he said 50% don't wear anyway. I have one of those oral appliances. It's a mouth guard. It holds my lower jaw open when I sleep so that I get the air I need and I'm not gasping for air. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com, set up an appointment, tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. They want it to be so easy for you. So that's all you got to do. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Locations in the Arboretum and in Lakeway. And hey, if you're thinking about, remodeling a room in your house, bathroom, kitchen, maybe some extended outdoor space, Mike McCall Custom Homes. Go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com, set up an appointment, have Mike come in and just get his vision with your vision. Mike's going to make a fair and reasonable price for you to get exactly what you want. And the great thing about Mike McCall is that he's all about the details, the custom. He wants you to be happy so that you'll refer him to all your friends. And it's a beautiful thing. So real simple. If you're ready to renovate a room, just go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com and bring Mike in and add value to your home, but mostly get it to where that home is exactly the way you want it. That's what Mike McCall is all about. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, that's our man Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations. Tom's usually listening to the show. He likes to bust us up. He wants to know, who the hockey lovers are out here. But he's going to bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, all of it. You're busy. You don't need to be trying to figure all that stuff out. Let the experts do it. And That way you don't have to embarrass yourself in front of your family. You just call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging TVs, punching holes in your drywall. They're going to get it just right for you. Tom's put TVs into 3 different houses for me. He's the best. 255-8678. And hey, date night, great seafood, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Right there at Zilker, Rolling Wood and Mopac. This is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend in Austin, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen and has been involved with some of the most successful restaurants in the history of Austin, Texas. These are his favorite seafood dishes that he's had all over the world, and he's put them all in Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, and you'll just be blown away. Go at happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Mondays, and just eat like a king or queen off the appetizer menu. You're getting $5 off the appetizers, which has the mussels, the grilled oysters, the crab cake, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Zilker, and also up in Round Rock off Old Settlers. All right, let's get to the chip shot. And little more spring football, kids. So the thing that stood out to me today, after talking to Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons, Michael Taff, is that, yeah, you lost dudes from this team. Baron Sorrell. Where's our man? Where's Big Daddy Sorrell? Because Baron Sorrell, love the way he's handled his offseason. I hope he gets exactly what he wants in the draft and just becomes a 10-year guy in the league. They miss Baron Sorrell. That dude he ran stuff. When Baron Sorrell said stuff, everybody listened because Baron Sorrell don't play. And you got to have dudes like that. Remember what our man Dan Neal said. You need the biggest, baddest dudes on your team to be the leaders because everybody's afraid of them and everybody will listen to them. And you have a guy like Baron Sorrell walk out. You have a guy like, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broad, and all those dudes walk out. Bill Norton, who's big as a house. Jermaine Lolay. That's a lot of dudes with a lot of experience that just walked out the door. And so Anthony Hill, you ask Anthony Hill, hey, how's it going? Well, we're a young group. And you're like, okay, well, Ethan Burke's like a senior and Colin Simmons is just a badass, but he's talking about up front. He's talking about up front because Leonga and he are good. Brad Spence, good. Trey Moore, good. Those guys have played football. They've done it at the highest level, made plays. Manny Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo, they've played. Taff, even Jelani McDonald. He's talking about up front. And so with the portal opening today, that's where I'm watching. Because I think the thing that's impressed me the most about Steve Sarkisian and this staff is that they're not going to break the bank and disrupt the chemistry and give a bunch of money to a guy who's never played it down at Texas, because it sends the wrong message to the rest of the locker room. Sarkisian is basically intimated, we're going to reward our guys. Like if they, are getting it done, we're going to reward them. That's what they did with Xavier Worthy. Worthy's good businessman. He made sure that, hey, I had a good year. So
price goes up.
Price goes up. But the defensive tackle position those guys are gold bullion. Those guys are hard to find. Those guys are pink diamonds. Okay, that's probably, let's use a different reference. Those guys are white rhinos or Siberian Rams. Like, they're hard to find. And they usually cost money. And I'll give Texas so much credit for, Jermaine Lole. Like, they got him at a good price. They got Bill Norton at a good price. And those guys were perfect for what Texas needed. And, they didn't fall all over themselves and bring in Dominic Williams. Now, OU, if you listen to OU, they're like, oh, we're loaded at defensive tackle. We brought in Dominic Williams, and he was great. Well, 2 of 3 seasons under Venables were losing seasons. So how's that going? Like, you got to make the puzzle pieces fit. And I think that Sarkisian, bringing in Emmett Mosley, okay? Emmett Mosley. I didn't have to spend a ton of money on him in the portal. He's like a possession receiver. But guess what? The dude's a dog. And he's 6'2", 205, catches everything, and had 48 catches as a freshman and 5 touchdowns. Like, those are the kind of numbers you like. Like, they didn't break the bank for Matt Golden, and Matt Golden had 7 touchdowns, like, in each of his first 2 years at Houston. So I'll give Sarkisian credit, and we'll see, how this plays out, because I think that is their biggest portal need, is another defensive tackle, like a 1-year guy who got experience, can hold the point of attack, keep offensive linemen off of Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau, and help make this defense feel like an older group when you ask Anthony Hill the next time, how's the defense looking? Oh, good. We got some experience up front,
You're right.
Like, it's one thing to say, on the offense, we're a younger group, because the receivers running first team right now are, Parker Livingstone, Jamie French, Khalil Lockett, Michael Terry. Those guys are still pooping green in their diapers. They're so new to the college game. Now, they're talented, don't get me wrong, and you got Day McCutcheon, all that. But they're a young group. And, tight end, they're young. Defense, they're young on the interior defensive line. And I get it. Colton Vossick's not practicing, so you got Lance Jackson. Like, Anthony Hill's having to tell a lot of guys, hey,
not here.
Hey, you went inside. You were supposed to go outside, So, but that's good. Anthony Hill, he's a leader, and everyone's listening to him because he's funny and nice in interviews. Colin Simmons is like, when that dude walks on the field, no one's his friend. No one.
No, he was talking a lot of smack this past season. Like, he'll let you know.
What you
I'm
mean?
here all day.
I'm
here all day.
Yeah. He said he doesn't instigate it, though.
He a liar. That's a flat out lie. But again, he has that baby face, the smile. He gets away with it.
Colin Simmons said he's real calculated about how he talks to offensive linemen.
Yeah.
He kind of slow plays him at first, and then he starts to let him hear about it the more plays he makes against him. And then he's like, man, you're going to be exhausted by the end of this day. You're not even going to know what snap count that ball's coming out on, because you're going to be so worried about me. You're going to be a mess. And I'm like, love that confidence.
Yeah.
Love that confidence. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Terrific chip shot per usual, my friend. But before the right call, shout out to some of these sponsors like Leaf Landscape Supply, full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Whether it's large quantities to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, they're your one-stop shop for everything you need. You need tools, they got it. You need bagged soil, bamboo, different types of fruits, seeds, vines, trees. Leaf Landscape Supply has it all at both of their amazing locations. If you're up north, go visit them off of Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, go check them out off 290 and Monterey Oats. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know your boy Zay Collier and the crew at Texas Sports Unfiltered put you on, and you get 10% off. Mention us here at TSU. You get 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Was on Mopac the other day. Somebody pulled to the side. They looked disgruntled. They looked unhappy. Car was messed up. And I was like, that's probably not a Covert BK vehicle, because stuff like that doesn't happen very often at Covert BK. Go check them out. New, pre-owned, doesn't matter. Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Wifey and I are Covert BK people ourselves. We absolutely love our Buick Encore GT, and you can love yours too. So go visit their website at covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep, a little NBA talk, man. We got the NBA playoffs starting this weekend. Last night, they had the 8-7 games of the NBA play-in tournament. If you are a little unfamiliar with the play-in, 7 and 8 play each other. The winner gets the 7th spot. The loser has to play the winner of the 9-10 game, which is tonight, for the final 8th spot. In the Eastern Conference, the Magic absolutely demolished the Atlanta Hawks, which our boy Trae Young went completely sooner on them and got ejected from the game because he did a pretty nasty move where he put it between another player's legs for a layup. They're already down 20 at this point. He's already pissed off and disgruntled because Anthony Black's been locking his team up the whole game, and the Magic are just rolling. So after he makes the layup, throws the ball at the ref. The ref tees him up. He goes down on the other end, has the ball, fakes it to the ref like he's going to give it to him, does some and one mixtape type move, and then drops the ball on the ground. Trae Young, get your Sooner ass out of here. Gets the boot. Orlando Magic go on and win. So they're going to be playing the Boston Celtics in the 2-7 matchup, which is really good. And then the late night game was the Golden State Warriors, who are scary as hell, versus the Memphis Grizzlies. And it was a good game. Memphis Grizzlies, they went Houston Cougars because they got a 5-second violation on a sideline out of bounds play when they were down by 3 and ended up fouling Steph Curry. He makes his free throws, ball game. But the Warriors, like I said, if I'm a Rockets fan, I'm terrified. That's the 2-7 matchup, Warriors, Rockets. I know Rockets fans already have PTSD because of the Warriors during that Chris Paul series where he ended up getting hurt, and Rockets were in command until that situation happened, ended up losing the series. If I'm a Rockets fan, I don't like this series at all because Jimmy Butler, he gives the Warriors a different spark. He's elevated them a little bit. He had 38 last night. We all know playoff Jimmy's a real thing. 38. So in this series, Chip, the Warriors have the 2 best players on their team. I'm taking Steph. I'm taking Jimmy Butler over anybody the Rockets have. I like Şengün. I like Green. Van Vliet's been a good player. They got the twin Thompson brother, who's an absolute dog. Dylan Brooks is a dog too, but This is one of those series I could see the Warriors winning in 6. I could see the Warriors winning in 7 because of all that experience. And Steph Curry is incredible. Jimmy Butler can take over the game at any time. I like the Draymond Green matchup on Şengün for a lot of this series. I also like the matchup of Jimmy Butler or Porzingis guarding Jalen Green. That's going to be a good matchup too. The other side's also a good matchup. You got one of the Thompson twins guarding Steph, which last time the Rockets and the Warriors played, Steph Curry only had 3 points. Good luck trying to make that happen again. So Dylan Brooks and Thompson, Amen Thompson, they're going to be guarding Butler and Steph Curry. This is going to be a good series. This is a really underrated playoffs. I know we haven't been talking much NBA this season because we've been so involved with Texas sports and college sports in general, but
well, and the Luka trade has overshadowed everything.
True. Exactly. So you're not following these teams like you normally would. If that's what, 7th seed Orlando Magic, the Celtics, I got the Celtics, but I could see it going 7, especially since Jaylen Brown's been dealing with a knee injury, had to have that Chip Brown injection in his knee. Which we'll see. We'll see how that affects Jalen. I feel like it'll affect Jalen a little differently than it affects you, but either way,
he's still got some cartilage between his knees. You know what I mean?
Just a little bit. But yeah, Paolo Banchero's been hurt a lot this season, which is why the Magic have fell into that 7th seed spot. Now he's healthy. Now they're pretty healthy. They have one of the best winning percentages against Boston during the regular season. It's going to be a tough out. Again, I got the Celtics, too much championship DNA, but this is one of those 6-game, 7-game series that if the Celtics play with their food, they're going to be in a downright battle. So the other series, Lakers.
Hold on.
Go back. Yeah.
Mo Bamba, who played with the Magic, right?
I think they drafted him. Yeah, he ain't there no more.
He's just like a 10-day contract guy now. 10-day contract here, 10-day contract. I mean, he's teetering on the brink of obscurity.
Yeah.
He was a lottery pick.
Yeah. I don't know what happened.
There's no heart in there. There's no love for the game in there. Jared Allen, everyone was worried he was like a nerd and they weren't sure he loved basketball. Jared Allen's an all-star.
Yeah. 2 completely different careers, which they had different upsides too. Like Jared Allen's always had good upside, but Mo Bamba, again, he has a song named after him. Like his upside was supposed to be crazy.
Yeah, his length is ridiculous. He should have been a great shot blocker,
man. He wanted to be he's finesse big. I want to shoot the 3. I want to stay on the perimeter. He ain't Jared Allen. He got that old school big to him. Like Jared Allen's going to block shots. Jared Allen is going to mix it up. He's not the best shooter. You're not going to see him on the perimeter. Him and Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell, that 2-man game is lethal because Donovan Mitchell and Garland, they could both go. So Jared Allen, when you're worried about those guys flying off pick and rolls, Jared Allen, he gets to reap the benefits from that because he gets those easy, wide open lob passes, and he's got good bunnies. He's got good hops. So he gets off that ground fast, and again, he's an ultimate lob threat. But CB's right, Miles Turner.
He's been in the league the longest.
Yeah. Same team, too. He's been in Indiana. That's the team that drafted him. So he's played a lot of basketball, and they got themselves a tough series against the Milwaukee Bucks. No Dame Lillard, though, so I'm going to give Indiana the advantage, but that's a 7-game series written all over it.
So are you ready to give me your predictions then?
Yeah. Let's go predictions.
All right.
So even though we don't know who the 8th seed's going to be in the East or the West right now, I'm just going to say that it's going to be the Grizzlies in the West, and then let's just say the Hawks, whatever. I don't really care. I think both 1 seeds are going to win that series no matter what. Cavs are going to win in 5. I think Oklahoma City's going to sweep whoever they get. 4 or 5 series, Denver Clippers. God, that's going to be a great series. I got Jokic and Denver in 7. Kawhi and James Harden been playing really good basketball, so that's going to be fun. 3-6 series, Lakers versus Timberwolves. I got Lakers in 7. Anthony Edwards is going to make that tough for him.
Wait. Who do you have? Lakers T-Wolves?
7. Yeah.
Lakers in 7?
Games. Yeah.
Rockets Warriors?
Warriors in 7. A lot of game 7s here.
And you said Cavs?
Yeah, Cavs 5 games against whoever the hell they are. I don't really care.
Pacers Bucks, you said Indiana?
Yeah, Indiana in 6.
Knicks Pistons?
Knicks in 7.
Look at my Pistons.
They're gonna be
growing up.
fighting. Yeah.
And you said Celtics in 7.
Celtics in 6.
In 6.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I love it.
Put that up.
Put that up.
Yeah.
All right. Let's bring in the fellas from Open Gym. Patrick and Matt.
Oh, how's it going, boys?
Patrick's ears are still ringing from the AC/DC concert. I'm
Still ringing.
Jealous. It's ridiculous. Now I'm gonna have to fly to Chicago to see him because these dudes are only doing like 5 shows in the U.S.
I know they're not doing much, but Chip, I will tell you, it's worth it. It was so they're an iconic band, and Angus still kills. Brian Johnson was killing it, so it's just so much fun.
Okay, all right. I got a buddy in Chicago. I'm telling him, hey, I'm coming to stay at your place, ready or not.
Yeah, man. When you get to the cannons at the end of the show, there's a 20-minute guitar solo in it. It's everything you could want.
20 minutes.
Oh, and believe me, I saw there was going to be a 20-minute guitar solo before the show, and I was like, "There's no way that's good," and it was amazing. So it's.
I mean, it's Soldier Field.
Yeah, they were at Jerry World when we saw them. So they're doing stadium.
That has a roof on it.
That's true.
I will say I saw Zach Bryan in Houston, and he had like a 20-minute song at the end. He played Revival for like 20-25 minutes at the end, and I thought it was going to be terrible, but it was pretty badass. So anything long like that's usually pretty solid because they try to put their best into it.
That makes sense.
Right. Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate you, boys.
See you tomorrow.
We will see you tomorrow as we get going here on Open Gym. Welcome in. My name is Patrick Davis alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI, coming to you 4 to 6 weekdays. Glad to have you on board at the first day of the transfer portal for the college football. Transfer portal still rolling in college basketball, and Matt, it's a good week for transfer portal news as we start to see it already rolling in for football now. When basketball started to slow down, we're going hard, and this next week is going to be a lot of nuts stuff from the transfer portal because it seems like we're getting still names dropping in from basketball, and then football's only going to get crazier.
Yeah, we got some news today. You want me to just jump right into it, or should we do our little?
We're good. We're in. We're ready to go.
Welcome to Open Gym, everyone.
Open Gin. Someone's been drinking some of that bourbon and ready for Open Gin.
Okay, so the first bit of news from the day is Texas is going to have a tight end visit in the transfer portal. He is from California, and I somehow lost the tweet, so give me 1 second to pull it back up. Okay, so per a source, this is from Pete Thamel of College Football Insider. Pete Thamel, per a source, Cal tight end Jack Indries, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, plans to take a trip to Texas. He's heard from a range of high-end schools since entering the transfer portal. And according to Max Olson, he is a 6'4", 240 former walk-on, ranked 3rd in the SEC among tight ends with 623 yards receiving in 2024 and has 2 more seasons of eligibility. So
Yeah,
that's pretty good
he's
news.
somebody. When I was looking through names that had already gone into the portal, he was somebody that I thought was probably going to be on Texas' list. Kind of fits into a lot of things they do and he falls into that world what Sark kind of enjoys and like what Gunnar Helm did last year, which was he's not the most athletic, he's not the best at anything, but he's great at a lot of different things. So he does a lot of things well. He's a good blocker as well. And so it definitely fits in the line of somebody you can use. And even if one of these other players for Texas steps up and starts to get some snaps, you're still going to be able to use Jack Endries in different ways, because this is somebody that you can really try to get out and find ways to use him in the offense. You can set up a 2 tight end offense and it'll work for him as well.
Yeah, I think the most important part of this too is that he's just a veteran, because you don't really have any guys with playing experience in that room right now.
Yeah.
So bringing in a veteran who has had success in a power conference, in an offense that wasn't the most explosive in the country, but he was still able to get 623 yards. So it tells you that he was a reliable part of their offense and that they counted on him, which means that he has a pretty good chance of entering that circle of trust with Sark and and developing a good chemistry with Arch Manning. So that's those, like, yes, adding a guy that can do a bunch of these different things is good, and like you said, and I love that. But the fact that he's a veteran is the most important part to me, and he's played a couple years in a power conference, and that's good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see somebody who's been able to come and play a few minutes for you, or play a few downs in Power 4 football. But I think you also wanted somebody. I don't think you necessarily wanted somebody else who you felt like was a project in a lot of areas or really had downsides, because everyone they've got so far has things that they're really good at and some things that they're going to be a question mark out on the field. And when you can just have a baseline tight end, and that feels like much more of what Endries is kind of a baseline tight end where he's, and look, Gunnar Helm was that, and then we saw what he turned into. So there is a chance that he could excel past that. He's only a redshirt sophomore, so he does have 2 years left of eligibility going into the season. So, he could be there for 2 more years. If he has a really good year, he can go pro after 1, and you've got some good guys backing him up that are ready to go, hopefully in a year. But I think that is something that, first and foremost, he can block. and that is kind of Texas' big worry, is everyone who can go out and catch the ball isn't really focused so much on blocking. I think even with JT Sanders, when they brought him in, they learned the lesson of, as good as JT Sanders was, he wasn't exactly what we needed, because in certain times he wasn't necessarily covering it on the blocking end. He was just so good at other things that was okay, and you made things work out of it. But now if you can get someone who's better at blocking than that, we'll take a little bit back off of it, because Gunnar Helm was really good at blocking, other than the fact that he got, 5 or 6 holdings over the year because his arms were just wider than the guys he was blocking. And sometimes he'd push through and that flag would get through on him that looked like he was hugging him, even though, he got more questionable holding calls. Like, his questionable holding call to real holding calls was, at least 70% questionable, because they all looked like they weren't really game changers. They weren't somebody on the outside. They were mostly him pushing a guy, his arms kind of going outside of it, but he's not holding him. And then they would call it. But I think you'll see that this is a guy, and right now a lot of people believe that Texas is the front runner for this already. If he's coming to visit, this could be a don't let him leave campus type thing. And unless there's another tight end that jumps in the portal that they weren't expecting that may fit better, then that may change things. But I would say right now this seems like a good fit for what Texas does.
Yeah, and you mentioned the well-rounded part. That's kind of what the issue with Amari Niblack was last year. Was he was just a raw, receiving only tight end who couldn't do a lot of other things, and he had a hard time sort of breaking into the rotation because of that. And he played a little bit towards the end of the year, but he was never really a factor. So bringing in a guy that can do everything for you is really huge. And then we also have some other transfer portal news here as well for the Longhorns and the football
There you
front,
go.
Patrick. It's a big
All
day. Inside Texas is reporting, well, not reporting. Joe Cook of Inside Texas placed an RPM pick, which is like 24/7's crystal ball pick, for Texas State kicker Mason Shipley.
Okay.
Who they already mentioned that the kicking competition was going to be open. So
Oh, really?
they're
We had no idea that was going to be the case.
so this guy enters the portal, and Joe Cook over at Inside Texas posted a 60% confidence rating on him there. At Texas State, he made 31 of his 35 career field goals. He was 15 for 15 in 2023 with a long of 47. And in 2024, he was 15 of 19 with a long of 60 that he hit at NRG Stadium versus Sam Houston. So the guy's got some talent with that leg. And, Texas is apparently looking at him, and they're feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, this one feels I mean, we said again, they were going after somebody in the portal for a kicker. You have to.
Mhm.
Yeah, when they came out and said this is an open kicking competition, you were like, yeah, we're all aware. We watched last season. You would have had to not watch last season to pretend that you had a kicker that you felt good about, because you had two kickers on the roster, and one of which you benched in the most important game of the season, and the other one you did not allow to take field goals in the most important game of the season. So
Mhm.
I think that was a pretty easy choice that you were going to go out and try and get. I mean, honestly, I think they could get two kickers in the portal. I don't think they care. I think when you look at what happened last season and you say we shouldn't have got to go to overtime against Arizona State, we beat them twice, and then we had to beat them a third time, but we just missed field goals. And so you're like, these games shouldn't have been as close. And maybe if we had the option in Ohio State game to kick some field goals, but there was just no option for it because there was no faith whatsoever. I think you could say that maybe some things changed as the play calls changed throughout the game. But at the end of the day, yeah, you have to fix the kicking game. It's a real thing that's, what was the show Coach? The joke was that everybody was always looking for a kicker, and then they throw in that they will find somebody at Notre Dame got him because Notre Dame never had a kicker. It's like, it's just, there's always those schools that you don't want to fall into the hole of like, we don't have one for 2 or 3 years, and then you become a school no one wants to go to. You want to go back and remind everybody Cameron Dicker is killing it in the NFL right now, because you can't really mention the other famous kicker from Texas name, but you may want to leave that one out of the conversations right now. So I'm not surprised. Kickers' names are going to be any kicker that goes in the portal right now until Texas gets at least one, maybe two. Texas should pick up the phone and see what's happening. And Hair the Dog, scholarship. Bert, look, I'm fine. Give him a scholarship. I'm not mad about giving him a scholarship. He did some really good things for Texas. I'm just saying, do you trust him to kick a field goal to win a game against Ohio State? If it's a 35-yard field goal straight down the middle, do you trust Bert Auburn to kick the field goal?
I don't think you do, Patrick.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Week
And
one, I don't think you trust him.
I feel like if, let's say they do bring in Shipley, I feel like that probably indicates that Bert Auburn's going to end up entering the portal himself.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily reporting that or anything. It just makes logical sense, because I don't think he's going to want to sit here and be a backup kicker. And I think Will Stone would be fine being the kickoff guy again. So, you could have those two guys, and then maybe you do bring in a third guy, especially if they bring in two kickers. I would expect to see Bert Auburn hit the portal in that kind of a situation. But
yeah, and good for him too. Like, let's be clear, I'm fully on board. If he wants to hit the portal because he wants a fresh start to try and get rid of the yips, fully understand it. And no hate towards him or anything else. And he did some great things. And it's just at the end, the yips came in, and they're a very real thing in kicking. And sometimes players' careers end entirely. And sometimes they just find a new scenery and they get it back a little bit. And they're never quite the same guy, but they're still a good kicker after that and somewhat reliable. But usually there's a little bit into it, and then that psyche gets broken completely. He's so young that you figure he can find something to get it back. But yeah, a change of scenery may do the trick at some point. But don't go yet, because I mean, there's no one yet about us on campus. Yeah. So maybe wait on that one.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel bad for Bert, because I do think he got so much flack, and he, like, obviously it's somewhat deserved because he missed those kicks. But at the end of the day, these are just kids, and there's so much enormous pressure placed on their shoulders. Like, you don't want to see a guy just get absolutely trashed and get all this trash talk online and all these different things. Like, at the end of the day, it's football, and he did his best. He didn't miss those kicks on purpose. He made mistakes. So let's cut scholarship Bert a little slack, and let's hope that he ends up having a good career wherever he ends up. If he stays at Texas, I mean, it's not every day you get a kicker with those red flowing locks.
Not every day, but sometimes you just want to get a kicker who makes some field goals at the end of games and very important games when you're in the playoffs. But I get it. I get it. I do wish the best for him because he is a young guy that did good things the first couple of years, and it just went downhill. So, but yeah, I would not be surprised if Texas goes in for at least one, maybe two kickers in the transfer portal. There's not a lot of other big names that have hit so far. Looking at some of the other names that have hit the portal, we've seen Nico. The report is that he's going to UCLA. At least Colin Coward is reporting that he is going to UCLA. That's the deal, which I think he's going to find he maybe gets paid a little more and he's going to spend a whole lot more than when he was living in Tennessee to get a nice place or anything around there. Is going to be costing a lot of money. So, and I mean, they keep saying now, the family keeps saying it wasn't about the money. It was about the plays and it was about the playbook. You're like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think y'all made the college playoffs last year. How much more are you going to go to the coach and be like, no, it needs to be different? I don't know about that one, but I don't know about a lot of things that family's been saying recently. We've seen that. So looking down some of the names out there, David Bailey's already transferred to Texas Tech. One of the guys out of Stanford, Jaden Ott, the running back that went in from Cal, has already said he's going to Oklahoma. So Oklahoma gets a running back after several of those guys transferred out. I'm guessing that spring in Oklahoma at the running back position did not go well. And they basically said, there's the door if anyone you want to leave. We're going to try and go get a bunch of new guys. None of you have guaranteed positions because we didn't like what we saw. So that is a big one for Oklahoma getting that. There's some defensive ends, some offensive linemen that are in there that you're probably not going to be going after. Not a lot of guys you may be going after. There's a kid out of Syracuse who's a wide receiver that technically you could be looking at. Trevor Pena is a player out of there. He's a decent player that you could go after at that spot. He will have 1 year of eligibility left, so he wouldn't be here for a long time if you wanted to go that way. He's a redshirt junior, so if you wanted to add some more experience in the wide receiver room, that's a way to go. You've already got one wide receiver coming in from Stanford, who a lot of people are very high on. So, I don't think you take any other wide receivers unless they're basically a 1 year project. They're a 1 year, we can play you right away and you fit into this and we're ready to go. You may be able to go that. Trevor Pena also is a kick return specialist, or has been in his past. So he's improved at wide receiver. So that's a name that you look at and say, maybe this is your Silas Bolden kind of guy that you bring in and can do some other things as a senior that you trust as a returner, losing Matthew Golden and Silas Bolden. That I think it's a name you could look at. But my guess is that somebody else who wants wide receiver more than you do at this point will probably go and make a better offer for him. I think more wide receivers will jump in too. So I don't think you have to go for it on day one because there will be some other wide receivers jumping in. But there's just not a ton of names that are out there that you're probably really going after right now.
Yeah, I mean, and we didn't expect there to be either, at least yet. It's the first day, and the spring portal is, it's not as big as the January whatever portal like that happens during the college football playoff that drives all these coaches insane because they're trying to coach playoff games and bowl games, and they have guys jumping in like Texas had a couple last year. But one name that did enter the portal that will not be ending up at Texas for sure is Jonte Cook. He entered the portal for the second time.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
because he got dismissed from Washington. So entering the portal was somewhat of a foregone conclusion for Jonte Cook on this one, because he had already been dismissed after he'd gone to Washington. He'd been dismissed from there. So now he will try and find his next home. And
then he got arrested twice. So
yes.
Yeah, so he's hopefully he straightens things out and can find a good place to land. And then Micah Hudson, the former Texas Tech wide receiver who was at A&M for about 5 minutes, re-entered the transfer portal. I've heard that Texas Tech is in play for him to return, but there's also some other options out there for him. I don't think Texas is going to be one of them, though. He doesn't really seem like a fit there in terms of, what they're looking for in a wide receiver. So super talented player. He'll probably end up somewhere and do pretty well, but I don't think Texas is going to be in on him either.
No, and again, I don't think if you're Texas, I don't know why you'd bring in a wide receiver with 3 years of eligibility left, because you feel pretty good about next year and the year after because, or at least next year, especially because a lot of these guys are still going to be at Texas in a year and maybe 2 more years that you feel okay about a lot of your wide receivers. You're going to have more freshmen coming in. This is just kind of a stay over year of a lot of young guys. And so I think the veterans may be what you're looking at more to say, let's get a couple of guys who just feel a little bit more confident in what they've been doing. We can bring those guys in as seniors, basically, to give us 1 year of play. It gives them a platform to try and get lift up in the draft, because Texas looks like they will have another wide receiver taken in the first round of the draft for 2 straight years now under Sark. So I think you can go get that guy if he becomes available. But a guy like that with 3 seasons remaining, and has already transferred twice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's where Sark is going to be looking, saying this guy's going to be a pain in the butt while we're in the college football playoffs. Like, hopefully we're in the college football playoffs, and then that transfer portal reopens, and I'm getting a call from Mike Hudson almost for sure. Even if he's our number 1 or if he's our number 6, anywhere in between, I'm getting a phone call, because if he's playing, he's going to want more money, or he's going to want something to change because he just keep transferring. And if he's not playing, he's going to want to leave anyway. So that's why I wouldn't think you would take somebody like that right away. But again, I think there will be other wide receivers that jump in that have a possibility for Texas to go look at them.
Yeah, especially since you just got Mosley a couple days ago. You've got your wide receivers for the future set. So if for some reason there's a veteran that pops in that you feel okay about, definitely give them a call. But for right now, I think they're pretty set at the position, if I'm being totally honest. Like, I don't know if there's a name that can pop in that's really going to move the needle for them necessarily, outside of that Pena kid from Syracuse. It just seems like they're going to be okay there now with Mosley. So if they do end up, going in for another position, it would be tight end, it would be kicker, possibly defensive tackle. But outside of that, I think they're pretty set. So they've hit some needs, and they're looking at their other needs, and they're probably just going to go from there.
No, I'm with you on that one, because I feel much better about the room after getting Mosley. You feel better about that room adding one more piece into it, with the injuries to Wingo and Moore, who both should be fine by the beginning of the season. There's no worry that either one of those guys won't be there week 1. But I still think you want to add at least one more piece. The other one is there that person that comes out that's a little bit too enticing to let go, that you think this person would be great, and especially if you hear the name. Well, they might go to Georgia, or they might go to Alabama, or they might go to Texas. They may go to Texas A&M, or go somewhere that you're going to have to play. And just say, you're like, no, we'll call that. Well, we'll go ahead and make a phone call on that one and see if we can add in someone who's going to be a really good player for us. But I don't know if they're just going to start going out. And I mentioned like the last guy I talked about from Syracuse. There's a part of that where you're like, that maybe fits because he's a senior and because he can be a kick and return guy for you as well. So he'll play no matter what he plays. He may not be as involved in the passing game. You could get somebody that's a return specialist as well. But I'm with you that I don't think that you necessarily need a lot more in that wide receiver room. And if you get this tight end commit as well, that may shore out that room as well. And then you're basically kind of picking and choosing if you want to go big in the transfer portal or not. And big would be the word, because it would either be a young offensive lineman to shore out that room a little bit more as the future comes, or some big guys in the middle in the defensive line. And I mean, other than that, there's a few other positions they could be looking at to fill out, but I wouldn't think that they'd be going for the biggest names necessarily.
Yeah, and there is an offensive lineman that entered the portal that is planning on entering the portal, who hasn't technically entered yet, who, if I'm Texas, I would at least take a look at, because he's got 2 years of eligibility. He's a former 5-star recruit. That's Zach Rice out of North Carolina. It was reported today that he plans on entering the portal. So he was the number 1 offensive tackle in the class of 2022. So that's a name, and Texas offered him coming out, so there's some familiarity there. So maybe that's a name that you kind of kick the tires on once he gets in, and see if he can shore out a position for you. I know they feel pretty good about Trevor Gooseby on the left side. The right tackle position is still technically in flux, even though they're confident with the guys they have there. So he could be a name they potentially look at, 6'6", 320, big guy, athletic, super talented. So
Yeah.
So that's one there. But yeah, I mean, there just haven't been very many names that really move the needle for me in terms of guys that have entered so far that Texas needs to, make a point to go after at this point.
Nope, I agree with you. I think that's a good message there. Let's talk a little bit about the Texas basketball recruiting, as that is still considering going on. I do have some updates for guys. I went through my list again and guys we've talked about and see which ones are still on the board, which ones are now gone, just so we can keep up with those. I saw Bryce Lindsey put out his top 7 list. Texas is not on that, so Bryce Lindsey, the guard out of James Madison, who was at A&M before that, he does not have Texas on there. That is a 3-point shooter guy. Is a 3-point shooting guard that you looked at before. You talked to Kennard Davis Jr., another sophomore guard, 38% 3-point shooter. He has not talked to Texas recently, was the report we got from that. He's talked to some other schools, so he hasn't said they're out of it. I can't sign any report that says he's picked teams, but he says he hasn't talked to them in a little bit. Juzlin Bodo has ended up at Baylor, so no Bodo for Texas this year. That was a really good rebounder, 7-footer. Jaron Pierre Jr., another 38% 3-point shooter, has ended up at SMU. Makai Mason, a 40% 3-point shooter, has ended up at Wake Forest. We talked about Wesley Yates before. He is back at Washington. Ian Jackson has put out his list. Texas is not on that one. Brendan Housen, we talked about him, the Kansas State junior guard, 39% 3-point shooter, is at Iowa now. Keyshawn Murphy, the Mississippi State 6'10" junior forward, he has now ended up at Auburn. And Jaron Stevenson, the Alabama 6'11" sophomore forward, has ended up at North Carolina. He is from North Carolina. That's where he wanted to go. And I think when that positions opened up for him, that was where he jumped to. There are still some names out there. The big man, Ante Brozovic, is still out there, but the reports on him are basically he's not going to commit anywhere until he gets word if his lawsuit works and he's able to get another year of eligibility. If it doesn't, he's not going anywhere. Josiah Mosley, Villanova freshman from Round Rock, is meeting with Texas Tech, but has not signed anywhere. Jason Asamoto is a freshman from Baylor, didn't play a lot. He is still out there trying to figure out what he's going to do. Trey Parker, the freshman guard from NC State we talked about yesterday, 36% 3-point shooter, is still available. Haven't seen too much of Texas going after him, though. Adam Miller is another name Texas has been tied to. He's a 43% 3-point shooter. So that's another name you can look out for right now. Nike Lewis is still in his recruiting. I think he was taking a visit to Iowa most recently, but he's still out there. The Devin Hay, the Central Connecticut 6'5" junior guard, he is still available and out there. And then they added another couple of names I saw pop up today. We'll try this one. He's from the Italian League. Lise Asui. He's a 19-year-old. He's 6'7", 230. The video I've watched on him, I don't know how effective he'll be in college basketball. Like, it may work, but it doesn't necessarily feel like a lot of the other guys they've gotten in this recruiting class. He is a big body guy. He's listed at 230. I could believe it's more than that. And I didn't see him in all the film I watched jump over about 6 inches off the ground. So at 6'7", you normally want a guy to get up a little bit higher than that. He uses his body well. He's got a big old butt on him and uses it to bump guys out of the way and make some room for him to go get a layup up, or, he takes a shot, and he can do all those kind of things. But watching the league he's playing in, his speed in that feels like it's a little bit of a misnomer because he wasn't exactly blowing past people either. And so I get it. They must see some things in him, maybe think they can get him to be a better shooter. He did shoot the 3 pretty well. He just didn't play a lot of minutes. So we didn't get a ton of stats on anything. So there's some things he can do well, but it doesn't necessarily fall into what a lot of college basketball is. And maybe he can work in, but again, I don't know how much he would play his first year anyway. He'd be much more of a project as you have guys like Tremont Mark and Kendall Weaver and Dalen Swain, all kind of in that same position. Cam Heide, maybe in that same position as well, that I don't know how much you play early on, but an interesting name. And it's, again, you're kind of excited to see them going after international prospects because it's something that Texas just hasn't really ever done at a large scale. Then it feels like they're trying to do it a little bit more now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm down to try different, different things at this point. Find a guy internationally, find a guy that, we haven't really mentioned here before, just to kind of fill in the back end of that roster and see what you can get out of them. It makes sense to me. I wouldn't necessarily prioritize it,
Yeah,
because I still think you need a lot of other things here, namely a real point guard and a 3-point shooter. But yeah, I mean, if it gets to the end of this transfer portal period and you got nothing else on the roster, you might as well take a flyer and see what happens. And if it doesn't work out, you show them the door, or you give them a
exactly.
couple
And
years to develop, or whatever the case may be.
one other name I saw on this list was, or actually, it was just shown out a couple minutes ago. I believe I saw some tweets about it. Keaton Bristow, a 6'8" freshman from Tarleton State. He averaged 11.3 points per game, 4.3 rebounds per game. He's a 33% 3-point shooter. Didn't take a ton of them, but okay 3-point shooter. This would fall into as well the package, the package of a project guy and somebody who can fall in after some other guys leave. Since he's a freshman, his first season. Now, again, that was what Kendall Weaver was. So you always say your upside is more of a Kendall Weaver, somebody like that you're kind of putting in. And if he goes out on the court and kills it and just was misrecruited and everything else and should have been at a bigger school, that's one thing. If not, you give him a year to get used to it. But he seems like he's got a lot of the pieces that you could pull together to make a run for. Now, does he decide to go to Texas where he knows he's probably not going to play but can build on some things? He's from Wichita Falls. He's playing in Tarleton State right now. So, does he go to a different Texas school? Does he stay in the Texas area? But I mean, I feel like this is an interesting pickup for the future. And again, filling out that roster when you have some more spots on there, it falls into, but just he's similar type player to what they already have a lot of. And so you don't know how much playing time he would really get. Maybe some in non-conference. Maybe if there's injuries, you always want to have some depth at that bench. But I don't know how much he would play his sophomore season.
Yeah, and that just falls into the project thing that we talked about, which is fine. At a certain point, you have so many of these types of players on the roster that it's just kind of like, all right, we get it. Like, we can roll with these guys and see what else we have. But it's never a bad idea to build for the future either. So. I'd be fine with it. Like I said, I really just want them to go after a guard. Just please find me a guy who can break a press and run an offense and do all these different things.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And so, yeah, I think that's where you're starting to run out. We saw a lot of those names that we pulled out that maybe would fall into that a little bit more and be those 3-point shooters seem to be falling by the wayside a little bit more, which, I mean, it's just that really hard spot you're in of recruiting the players who are caliber enough to start for Texas with not telling them you are guaranteed to be a starter and not telling them I'm going to guarantee you minutes, because you can't do either one. Because if they come in and Jordan Pope is playing better and Kendall Weaver's playing better and, then they're going to get more playing time and you're just not going to play as much. You're going to get a run. It's going to be a competition. But I think in the portal for guys that are coming up from smaller schools, they don't necessarily want to walk into another situation always where they're now getting stuck back on the end of the bench and they feel like they have to go then leave again to go to a smaller school to try and take that leap up again. So, and if you're already playing at a bigger school, you may not want to take a step back. So you usually have to go with a younger guy in these situations. For a true point guard, you love to get a young guy who's really good. That's difficult to find as well. So it's tough right now. I think they're going to have to try more and more to start, worry about the scouting, maybe go down and take a chance on some guys on the lower levels. We're seeing some of the guys that maybe are waiting it out and they're going to wait it out for 2 or 3 months and have no problem with that game plan because they basically know teams are going to get more and more desperate as time goes on. And the less players available, my value will increase And so there's a possibility that we could see maybe one of these guys wait out and Texas will end up getting them here in the next, 2-3 months. But I think Texas should put some pressure on these guys if we get to, the middle of May and you still don't have that third or fourth guard yet that you really, really want to bring in that can do this because, I think you like to be able to have the ability to play small and to play big. And right now, I don't think they have the ability to play big. And I don't know if they have the ability to play really fast and small. I mean, maybe you could say you put Dalen Swain at the 5, but then Jordan Pope. Like, I don't know if you have that killer lineup at either one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the worry. I did see a article today with a too early top 25, and Texas was 25 on it. That they had some high hopes for some of the guys they brought in. They were big on Modest Boykatitis. Their starting lineup had Dalen Swain at the 4 and Jordan Pope at the 1. So they did not have Traore in that starting lineup. They had Boykatitis in that, but it could have just been because the Traore signing was a little bit later. So they just didn't put it into that part of it. But it's a decent lineup. It's a decent lineup for Texas so far. There's still a couple of guys that they can go after that would really secure this lineup a lot more. But I think we're seeing more and more of them trying to get some project guys and maybe in the background still trying to find another one. And they're definitely still trying to find that 3-point shooter.
Yeah, and that's where Miller comes in. I'd love to see them go hard after Miller. I'd love to see him go hard after Trey Parker. Those are two of the names that are out there right now that make sense that, would be good fits and could give you some of those things that you need. But yeah, I mean, look, it's gonna take time. I feel like we've already hit the part of the transfer portal where the names just are flying off the board and you're going hard after these guys that you really want and you're putting your name in the hat. Now they're it seems like they're perfectly fine just waiting and seeing what comes available because they're comfortable with what they have. That doesn't mean they don't want to add more by any stretch, but they're comfortable enough with what they have to where they're not going to press it too hard and they're going to try and find the right fits.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Let's go over and I want to talk about this list of Jordan Reed put out. So it's not a mock draft today. It is a Jordan Reed's top 350 prospects list that he put out for ESPN. That is a list where he goes basically for all the picks in the NFL draft. He just ranks that list of players. Texas has some names on this list, so we can go down the list a little bit, and then we'll just start to get into the Texas players as we get going down. But we can start out by giving you some of the pieces, just kind of how he's thinking. He has Ashton Janty as his number 4. His number 1 overall is Travis Hunter, by the way. So Travis Hunter is his number 1 overall guy. Mason Graham at 3 is a little high for me at defensive tackle. I wouldn't necessarily say he's the best, but that's just where he ranks him. And Ashton Janty at 4 as the running back. And you get your first cornerback at number 8 at Cam Ward is his first quarterback taken at number 8. And if we scroll on down, it takes a little bit of time to get down to our first Longhorn, who is right behind Shedeur Sanders at 19, which is a higher ranking than a lot of people have Shedeur Sanders at now. But his rankings are all over the board. Some people have him as a top 3 pick and maybe a top 15 ranking. And some people think he's a 3rd round grade quarterback. So he's kind of all over the place. But number 20, the 20th ranked player in this draft is Kelvin Banks. So he is the first Longhorn, the highest Longhorn rated. Basically in this write-up, he says he has all the abilities, the attributes to do everything you want, but sometimes he relies heavily on his traits, which can get him off balance. And that is why they're saying he falls down a little bit more, that he needs to work on his technique a little bit more because he gets lazy. And that's a comment we keep hearing, but I don't know. It's always a little weird to me. And I get it that you want a guy who doesn't just think he's the best and doesn't fall back on technique and everything else. But still, if you have somebody who has been wildly effective and could get better with technique, that would put him a little bit higher than a guy that we know is at his ceiling right now, and he's still just as good as the other guy. But that's me. That's just me being a homer. But Kelvin Banks at 20, And then a couple other Longhorns in a first-round grades, 23rd ranked and 24th ranked are Matthew Golden at 23 and 24, Jahdae Barron. He has him as the third wide receiver, Matthew Golden, even though a lot of people are saying he's the number one because he fits, he can do everything. He falls in the critique of Matthew Golden that he doesn't read as a 4.29, so basically saying that was a fluke and he's not that fast of a player on the field. What Matthew Golden would tell you is I was not used as a speed guy at Texas, so I have it. That's not what they wanted me to do, so I didn't do that. But I can, which I believe. And then Jahdae Barron falls to 24 in his best suited for a nickel spot, which he can do. But again, this is something that, depending on what coach you have, I think there's coaches, unlike Jordan Reed, who did this article, who will value the versatility much more than a Jordan Reed, who's kind of using that to pigeonhole them in the one thing they did, versus the fact of these guys can do all of these things, and there's a ton of things they can do, and we can use them with anyone and use them anywhere.
Yeah, and I want to start with Barron here. I don't understand that criticism of him being more more suited for a nickel and all that stuff, because I mean he made the transition from what Texas calls the star position to outside corner this past season, and he was the best corner in the country. He swept all the defensive back awards. He was up for the Brockman Nagurski Trophy. He was a first team All-American, consensus first team All-American. I mean, he did everything, and he did it extremely well. And there's a reason, Todd McShay thinks he's the best defensive back in the draft for a reason.
Yeah.
So many other people think he's the best defensive back for a reason, because, not only can he just straight up defend the pass well, but his instincts are incredible. He can help in run defense. He can knock the ball loose from a receiver almost better than anybody else in this class. So, it does feel like he's trying to pigeonhole him just because he wants Will Johnson up higher, and he feels like he has to find a criticism for Barron, which I don't really understand. And you could say the same thing about the way he ranked these other two players as well. I mean, Matthew Golden absolutely is a 4.29 athlete. There's no question about it. That's why he clocked that at the 40.
Yeah.
And every time that he was, sent down the field on a go route, he outran everybody. He proved that he could do it. He just didn't have to do it that often because Isaiah Bond sort of occupied that role for them for the most part last season. And then, the Kelvin Banks thing, again, it's just they're just finding these ways to rank these Texas players lower when they shouldn't be. And that's not, that really is not us being homers. Kelvin Banks gave up 3 sacks in 3 years. And it wasn't just because he relied on his talent. He's technically a very good offensive tackle. It's not just athletic ability. Yeah. If it was just athletic ability, he would have given up more sacks and had a lot more mistakes. So, I get it. These rankings are really hard, and you have to find a way to value some positions more than others and value certain traits with certain players more than others, and sort of try to justify the way that you put that into your rankings. But at the end of the day, if you have another huge problem I have with this list already is that he has Armand Membo as his number 5 player.
Yeah.
When, he's at best the third best tackle in this class. I mean, I get that he can play tackle or guard. And that's kind of what ranks him above Will Campbell, because he has Will Campbell slated as a guard. But the best true 100% tackle in this class is Kelvin Banks, based in my opinion, and he has him ranked below these other two. I mean, it's just the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. So I have a big problem.
I know the Membow one. I don't get it. I get kind of why scouts like him, because he falls into a lot of categories that scouts like, where scouts or coaches, ex-coaches because he does have good form and he does drills very well. But you also look at him and go, he was good at what he did, but at the same part, I don't think he had the elite ability to do anything else. And I don't know if he jumped off the film the same way other guys did at that position, where Will Campbell and Kelvin Banks both jump off the film at times. I don't know if he did that the same way. It feels much more like ex-coaches being like, no, this is the guy I would have loved to have. I would have loved to have him. And you're like, yeah, but is he a special talent to make him the 5th best player in this draft? Or is he a good player and he's going to have a good career in the NFL? And you're just thinking it's safe and maybe a boutique pick right now to look and say that this is a guy that we think he's going to be good. You guys should like him too. I don't get it. I don't think he's number 5 tackle on this board, but that's where they went with this. Going into the second round, they have Texas with 1 player in the second round rankings. Number 57 overall, Alfred Collins. I think he could still go a little bit higher than that. That's where you're starting to split hairs a little bit more, but I think 57, a second round pick, is pretty decent for that. And then third round, they have Andrew Makuba at number 87, which does feel a little low to me. I think he'd be up closer to 70, maybe 60 to 70 would be where I'd put Andrew Makuba.
Yeah, I mean, and the knock on him, I think, I mean, I'm not looking at Reed's write up on him, but the knock on him, I think, for most teams is just his size. He's a little bit undersized for his safety, so I can see how he could slip a little bit. But he's going to come in and be able to play in any system and be a good player. So it is a little low, but I understand the criticism just because of the size aspect. Like with a safety in the NFL, you want him to be like, probably 6'1", 6'2", maybe even 6'3", a little heavier, a little, maybe a little bit more mobile, with that size. But again, you're kind of nitpicking at that point. Makuba is going to be a day 2 pick regardless. So it's fine.
Rolling in there to the 4th round where he has a lot of Texans going in the 4th round. So right at the beginning of day 3 is where he ranks a lot of Texas players. Now, Isaiah Bond's ranked at number 96. He would be above that, I'm sure. He doesn't have rating write-ups on every single player, but Isaiah Bond is someone that would probably go a little bit higher on day 3. On day 2, if he did not have the legal problems. Then at number 113, you have Gunnar Helm. Number 131 is Jaden Blue. Number 138 is Barron Sorrell. Number 148 is Vernon Broughton. Number 150 is Cam Williams. And number 151 is Jake Majors. That's a lot of players he has going right in that range. Should tell you he basically believes Texas is good, but their players are not that great. They're just good players, is where he really thought a lot of these guys go. It feels like he looked at the Texas roster at the middle of doing his list. It was like, oh, I got to put some of these guys in here because there's a lot of them between 138 and 151. That's 4 players, or 131 to 151 is 4. Those 20 picks has 5 Texas players going on it. I don't mind. I think Jane Blue might go a little bit higher because of what he can do, and his skill set falls into a place where he is a really good complementary back to put in there, and a team that wants that kind of back could take a run when there's a run on running backs. He could get that taken at that spot. Gunnar Helm at 113. I guarantee a lot of coaches who are salivating at the thought of getting a guy like that, but day 3 kind of feels right for him. So that's almost where you wanted him to be and where you figure he'd be. But Vernon Broughton, I think, could move up from that 4th round. He may, depending on what you need and the teams that are out there, how many guys they feel they go after, I could see him possibly being a day 2 pick instead of being that 4th round, or at least higher up in that 4th round. And then back in is Cameron Williams and Jake Majors, which, again, probably day 3 guys. Maybe Cam Williams jumps up because of his talent ability to be a day 2, but, not necessarily too bad on either one of those.
No, I mean, they're not terrible. I would probably have Cameron Williams a little bit higher than 4th round. I think he's probably a 3rd round player. I can't argue with too many of those. There is one name that we haven't mentioned yet who I'm going to argue the hell out of, which
I'm aware,
which I'm sure that we'll get to here in a second. But these all feel pretty good. I mean, Jaden Blue could go anywhere from round 2 to round 6, just depending on what happens. I mean, exactly. His speed is probably gonna propel him higher, but like, just because of his size and the issues that he had at Texas, those are the things that you kind of look at where you're like, okay, maybe this guy will be around for a little while, but for the most part, these are all pretty, okay rankings in my opinion.
Yeah, Jake Majors is also the number 3 center. Sorry, the number 3 center in his list. So at 151, he's still the 3rd center taken, which is, that's not bad for where it's at. Just centers are not necessarily as valued. And a lot of times they move guards in there because they're just assumed to be better blockers. Then we get to the 5th round, and somebody that I think Matt might believe is higher ranked than a 5th round pick at number 180, the 180th most valuable player in this draft is Quinn Ewers. I don't
Yeah.
know. It does feel like there's a certain element of people who just have bought into the hype and did their research and only heard the naysayers about Quinn Ewers and have not looked into any of those saying good things about him. And it just feels like Jordan Reed may have done his research and only listened to people who seem to think that Quinn Ewers should never have been allowed to be the quarterback at Texas. No, this should have been Arch's team, and there's no reason that a guy could come and lead his team to the playoffs 2 straight years is a bad quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, it boggles my mind, man. Having Tyler Shuck and Kyle McCord above him, I think, is a joke. Those guys played in a conference that was incredibly weak in the ACC, and maybe they had more impressive, productive days than Quinn Ewers at certain points. But Quinn Ewers played in the SEC. He played Georgia twice, lit up Georgia in the SEC championship, played against Ohio State, played very well against Ohio State, was very good all season long, with the exception of the first Georgia game. That's the one game you can point at Quinn Ewers and be like, okay, there's some issues there, which I feel like a lot of teams watch that game, or a lot of scouts watch that game, and that's why they're making this grade for Quinn. But if you look at the other 15 games that he played, and you look at what he did before he got injured, when he had a fully healthy oblique that wasn't ripped to shreds, he was picking people apart, and he was making every throw in the book, and he was doing everything you want a quarterback to do. And despite having that torn oblique, he still got his team to the precipice of the national championship game for the second year in a row. And he got you to a conference title game 2 years in a row. He won one. Like, what more does this guy have to do to prove that he's better than a 5th round player?
I just don't know how you can watch both seasons and say Jalen Milroe is 120 spots better than Quinn Ewers.
No, or how Kyle McCord is so much higher, or Tyler Shuck, or any of these.
Yeah,
players.
they're basically so. Jalen Milroe is at 60. Jackson Dart's at 52, so he has Jackson Dart pretty low too, and then Jalen Milroe at 60, Kyle McCord at 100, and Shuck at 103, and then your next quarterback is Quinn Ewers at 180. It just doesn't feel like that's true. And now, granted, give him credit. Will Howard's at 185, so Will Howard is lower. At least didn't go that far to put Will Howard above him. But no, I don't get it. I don't get the blatant amount of it. I don't know if it's because I just know Texas fans are getting pissed off about it. But if I was trying to be anywhere accurate, I just don't see why people think. I get that there's people out there who maybe are not the biggest Quinn Ewers fans, but to just continue to say that he's not a good quarterback or not a good enough quarterback to be considered around some other guys that also weren't great quarterbacks. And I get fans, because fans, it's expectations versus what reality was. Because we all, from day one, we're told this guy's one of the best recruits ever, and he's going to be a star, and he's going to be all those things. And so I can understand when you get let down when he is not the best player ever, and he has limitations, and he has downfalls. But he's still, if you look past that and say, well, what has he actually done? You go, well, he's a better quarterback than 95% of the quarterbacks in D1 college football. He's a really good quarterback every single year he's played. He's been in the top 5-10% of quarterbacks. So if we say he's in that, and then say he's not in the top 10%, top 50% of quarterbacks drafted in this year, that one is where it starts to throw me off a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, really all you have to do here, without even looking at the mechanics and the downfield passing, issues that people have with him and all those things, if you just look straight at the numbers, he did everything that he possibly could have done at Texas. He was 27-9 as a starter, which is fourth in school history behind Bobby Lane, who played another season. And he was third in school history in passing yards, 9,128 yards, third in passing touchdowns with 68. holds the third and fourth highest single season passing totals in school history. Back to back these last 2 years, he went 3,479 yards and 3,472 yards. And he had the third most passing touchdowns in a single season with 31 this past year. I mean, what else does he have to do to prove to you that he's a good quarterback?
I don't. I mean, we all know what the downfalls are, but then there's like, you're pretending that those pitfalls aren't the same thing and aren't problems with Jalen Milroe, that he's going to be able to fix those things. That Jalen Milroe all of a sudden will become a passer that's decent in the short range and will not make bad decisions and will not do. And I get he can run, but is that 120? Is that 100 spots?
Basically, what he's doing here is he's creating a double standard.
Yes.
He's saying Jalen Milroe has an opportunity to get better. Tyler Shuck, who's 25 years old, has a chance to get better. Kyle McCord has a chance to get better. But no, Quinn Ewers is a finished product. Yes. And he even when he's floating balls out there because he's hurt and he can't get all of his power behind it, that's not a fixable thing.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Quinn Ewers is a finished product, Patrick. He's never going to make an inch of improvement over the rest of his football career for his entire life. He'll never figure anything out ever again.
Nope. He wasn't a better quarterback in week 1 against Michigan when he absolutely dominated. And I get they lost players. I get Harbaugh was gone. There's still your number 3 ranked prospect in this draft that he played against and didn't have any problem with. He still have Will Johnson, who's above Jahdae Barron, that he had no problem against. There's still players that he was fighting against in this team that he had zero problems picking them apart. He got benched because he was so good in that game. It's just a little bit ridiculous. Just a little bit ridiculous. A few more players drafted for Texas on this board. In the 6th round, he has number 253 ranked prospect Hayden Connor. And in the 7th, 333rd is David Benda, and number 350 is Bill Norton. So he has 16 Longhorns in total in this board. I think that's a solid number right there for Texas, is 16 players drafted. I'd love to see that. Once you get down to the end, it'll be a question of if guys go. Bill Norton always has that chance because he is a big old boy. And teams at some point just want to bring in those guys and then say, let's see what we can do with them. David Benda is just somebody that looks amazing too. So I think you could get somebody just looking at David Benda and saying, this is a guy we need to bring in and we'll see what we can do with them. But 16 players, it's a pretty good number, Matt.
Yeah. I mean, if all 16 of these guys get drafted, which I think that there's a very good chance that happens. If there's one that, I think could slip between the cracks, it's probably Bill Norton, just because, he's so far down on that defensive tackle ranking list, but he would absolutely find a practice squad and be an undrafted free agent. In the event that the same thing happens to Benda, he would also be in that category. But let's say all 16 of these players get drafted. Do you know what that would do? Do you know what that would mean?
What's that?
That would be the most players drafted from any single school in a single draft in college and NFL draft history.
Now, does he have also, I have to look to see if there's Ohio State or Oregon or one of these other schools that has more than 16 on his list?
I'm not sure. We would have to look at that.
I'll look here in the break and see if I can find another school that has more than this, but that would be a big record.
The most ever was Georgia in 2022 with 15, and then Ohio State in 2004 and LSU in 2020 both had 14. Michigan last year had 13, and then Alabama and Ohio State in 2018 and 2016 had 12, and then there's a bunch of schools with 11. Texas is on that list from last year, so that would be quite literally record-breaking haul if all 16 of those Texas players got drafted.
15, I believe, for Ohio State. 15 is what he has on his board. So I think Texas is still in the clear there. But yeah, that would be record-breaking and just another stat there for Sark to use when he's out on the road and talking to these kids. By the way, do you know I put more people into an NFL draft than anyone has ever done? That's why you come to Texas. That's why you come here and you play football for Sark. And I'd love to see it. I would love to see it. Mm-hmm. Why don't we get into why don't we take our first break here? And we'll come back. And I want to talk about the best. I want to talk about some running backs in this draft because we've talked about it. Both teams, the Cowboys and Texans, could use them. A little bit different of when at times they could go, but I want to pick Matt's brain about where the line is for the Cowboys in this draft of running backs, where the win-lose line is if you don't get one of these players, and just some of the names and what they could do. So we know Matt works for Texas Longhorns on SI, but he also works for Dallas Cowboys on SI. So he knows a little bit about the Cowboys and what they need at this running back position. So we'll pick his brains on that. We'll also look down at what the Texans could use at running back as well, with Joe Mixon, and where they may be able to pick one of these guys. We'll go into that. We'll also talk a little NBA. We had some playing games last night. We'll have some more tonight, and get into the question about when we've seen the percentage of players eligible for postseason awards because of the new trying to get players to not do rest management and load management. We're going to talk about that. We can talk a little bit about the play-in tournament and how do we get people to stop tanking. But the NBA is trying some things. They may or may not be working. We'll talk about that as the playoffs are coming in, trying to talk some NBA as we get into that as well. Of course, our media of the day too. And it's a midweek movie review. We did Friday Night Lights last week. Happy Gilmore this week since it was Masters week. We'll talk about that. See if I don't hate a movie that is a comedy, way more easy to just let some things go in this movie. We'll get that, and we'll pick our movie for next week as well. Here we go on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar, happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3. Dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there, what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
All right, back here on Texas Sports Unfiltered Open Gym as we get into the hour 2 here on a Wednesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Why don't we get into our midweek movie review, Matt? And we'll talk a little bit before we get into some more draft talk and some NBA talk. Let's talk about the movie that we watched this week. It was my pick this week, so I went with Happy Gilmore since it was the Masters. Enjoyed the movie. But I've not watched this movie, and I realized as I was watching it, it's probably been much longer than I thought since I had last seen it. And maybe I just seen clips like on TV when you're flipping the channels or you're at a bar or something like that, and you may have just seen some of it. I forgot the crazy backstory of how he ended up living with his grandma, that his mom left and went to Egypt because there was no ice rinks there. There was no hockey anywhere around in Egypt. And then his dad died at a game that he was at next to him, and all of that. I forgot all that stuff, but it was a fun movie. What did you think about it, Matt?
I mean, Happy Gilmore is a classic to me. I love it. Even watching it for the first time when I was younger, I was dying laughing, and now as an adult rewatching it again, I'm dying laughing for different reasons. There's clever comedic timing in there. Ben Stiller's little cameo role in there is fantastic. Shooter McGavin is just an iconic character who honestly reminds me a lot of Phil Mickelson. But I mean, there's just so many good things. Like the fight with Bob Barker is just also iconic. And I remember one of the things specifically about this movie that is just lives on to this day is like every time I go to a driving range or a Topgolf, everybody's trying to do the Happy Gilmore swing.
Yeah, every time.
And I've tried it myself, and it doesn't work. Nope, it doesn't work. Everybody, it was made for TV and made for movies. I promise it doesn't work. But yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. It's just a classic Adam Sandler, slapstick, hilarious comedy movie. There's a lot of the classic tropes from Adam Sandler in there, with like the little love story with the news or the girl. I can't remember what her job was.
She did PR basically for
the PR girl
for the pro tournament, for the pro league. They couldn't say PGA.
Yeah, and Chubbs is also fantastic, with the whole alligator biting his hand off thing and all that stuff. So, I mean, I don't really have a bad thing to say about this movie. I think it still holds up today. It is a really good comedy movie. This was Adam Sandler's peak for sure. It was kind of after this, and he got to a couple of his other later movies where I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but like the one where he adopts the little kid for a little while.
Oh, Big Daddy. Is that it?
Big Daddy, yeah, Big Daddy, and like Mr. Deeds. It was like right there where he kind of started to fall the other way. But this is peak Adam Sandler. It's right up there with Billy Madison. Is one of, in my opinion, one of the best comedy movies of all time. So I really enjoyed watching it over again.
Yeah, I was curious how much it would hold up, because when it started, you were like, "Oh yeah, I've seen I haven't seen this in a very long time. Does this hold up?" And it does in most ways. There are some that you're like, "Okay, that doesn't necessarily work as much." It was fun to see Vern Lundquist doing the broadcasting. One of the most relatable things that I wouldn't have said then, but now watching it when Happy Gilmore hits a big shot, and then he goes, "Who the hell is Happy Gilmore?" And I'm like, that is everyone who's ever done sports announcing at some point looks at the person next to him and goes, "I don't have them on my sheet. I don't know who that guy is." That is having at least some time. Is who the hell is that guy? And when I called it indoor football, it was a lot of that. Number 72 got the ball. I have no clue who that is. But that's that one was very relatable. And then I also love the fact that there's just scenes in it with just horrific bad acting by random people in it, and that are still in the movie for some reason. There's one scene where they just cut to a guy and he goes, "Happy, you're going to win. Get the jacket for sure." And you're like, it's the worst read you've ever seen. But you're like, I guess they thought it was funny, so they just left it in the movie. So it's funny. At the time, it was probably funny, and then now it's funny because I just look and go, how the hell is that staying? They were just so cut for time. And then I also wondered after watching it and then realizing, in today's age, everyone would have been more upset about Subway must have paid them a bucket of money to be in that movie. because they're in it like 3 different times. And then they give him the sponsorship, and he's wearing Subway gear, and then he's eating like sandwiches 3 different times in the movie. Like Subway paid you a lot of money when you were making Happy Gilmore to be the brand that is constantly being used. But it was, it was definitely fun to watch again, and looking forward to another movie that hopefully will maybe I've seen, maybe I haven't. As we get through with Happy Gilmore. And Matt, have you picked out the movie for next week?
I have, and it's not a comedy. I'm sorry, it's an actual movie. And it's a very good one. It is my second favorite sports movie of all time.
All right,
Moneyball.
All right, I've never seen Moneyball.
Moneyball with Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill and Philip Seymour Hoffman. It's about Billy Beane and the way that he took over or changed the way that the Oakland A's were gonna run their baseball team. Going to the different analytics and all those different things, as opposed to paying the big money players, and how he caused a real stir within that franchise and in baseball. So, and I'm not even a baseball guy, but I love this movie. So I think you're really going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm curious. I've just never watched it because I don't watch movies, and as anything that's over 2 hours too, I'm like, that's too much of my life to put into watching one movie. But it'll be interesting because there is no more Oakland Athletics. There's the Athletics, but they do not have a city in front of them, which is, I wonder if that's a trivia question. How many teams have just played without a name in front, without a city name in front of them in their time? Because they're not the Sacramento Athletics. They're playing in Sacramento, but they haven't got the new building built in Las Vegas yet. So they haven't made it to Vegas yet. So there's just the Athletics right now, which is interesting.
That's better than having like 3 different cities in your name, like the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim.
Oh, well, yeah, that was. Well, they kept trying to figure out a name that made people care, and you're like, well, you're not the Dodgers, so no one's ever going to care. Like, even the best run you had the Rally Monkey. You had the Rally Monkey, and you had Vlad Guerrero, the Herons and things. That was when the Angels people cared. But other than that, you were literally, your name is also, when you were the LA Angels, your name is the Angels, which is really frustrating because Los Angeles just means the Angels. So your name is literally the Angels. It's like
that's true.
People say, I went to the ATM machine. No, you can't say that. The M in machine in ATM is machine. So frustrating things from a literary standpoint.
Another one there for me too is when people say RBIs instead of RBI.
Yeah,
because it's not runs batted ins.
It is not run batted, but an RBI I think you could put in there because it becomes its own thing. I think maybe you could, but I don't know if technically, if you said runs batted ins, it would be very bad. I don't know how because we just call them ribbies now. So
I think grammatically speaking, RBI is the way that you're supposed to write it. So that's how I have it in my brain.
Okay. I guess that makes sense, but it just feels weird when you say he had 5 RBI. I know it feels a little off for me, but it's right.
5 runs batted in. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if that was the case, I would just write runs batted in every single time because it would just make me insane. And also, I'm also the student in class who wrote out things to make sure that my essay was long enough. Do that, trying to, see how big I could make the font and the spacing before it was noticeable that I had changed it. That one. You ever gone into Word and been like, well, they said nothing before. They said nothing bigger than 13, but what about 12.99? Is that what? Can we get that one in there? Can we put that in? Is that going to fit? That's maybe who I was in school trying to skate by. But I'll look forward. So I'll check out Moneyball before we get there. What do you say? Roy says Keith Jackson used to say times out instead of timeouts. But I get that. Yeah, no, if you're right. But Keith Jackson's a legend. I think if he said it, then it kind of works. I agree with you. He is there's little things that bother me sometimes too, but that's more normally when I hate the announcer and then they say something. I'm like, oh, look at this idiot. Look at this guy who gave him a job.
That's me with Tony Romo every Sunday.
Just hating on Tony Romo there. Let's talk about a little bit of the Cowboys. Talk a little bit about the running back class for this year in the NFL draft. I want to kind of judge this for you. I want you to judge for me. The Cowboys right now, they need a running back. We know they've signed a couple of guys. They have running backs on the roster. They're doing better than they were a year ago when, it was just Rico Dowdle. And we were all supposed to pretend that Rico Dowdle was going to be the guy. And he was okay, especially by the end of the season, did pretty well. But we were supposed to pretend that was okay to have enough. The Cowboys now have a couple more guys on their roster. So there's a hope that, as Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders come in, he's still, I think Lake Davis may still be there. Deuce Vaughn is still there, but hopefully you have enough running backs that you can use him in a boutique way and use him on a couple plays. And he's not supposed to be a running back, and they're not training him to be a running back that he isn't going to be in the NFL. You can find other uses for him, which I think would have helped his career out a lot more if you would have done that to begin with. But because you drafted him too high, you had to pretend that he was going to be a different type of back. He's not, so let him be something else. But Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders. Now we know Miles Sanders fell off big last year. So that guy, honestly, I think Javonte Williams has himself a job. He will be on the Cowboys roster. There's 50-50 if Miles Sanders is on the roster come week 1. Because Miles Sanders fell off really, really hard. And so he could end up being a practice squad guy or fall into that role, just because we know when guys fall at running back, they fall fast. And so there's a chance that they'd rather, use that roster spot for somewhere else. But Javonte Williams will be playing for them. He's still a young guy, still got a lot left in the tank there. But as we look down this NFL draft rank, we know that Ashton J&T is the guy, but we don't think he's going to be there at 12. And I don't think the Cowboys should definitely trade up to go get him. So if we say no Ashton J&T, and Amari Hampton is probably gone before they go again, do you believe in, where's your ranking of Amari Hampton? That at 12, is he too high? And would you trade up to get him early in the second round if he was there? Or are you just saying the value is too high on Amari Hampton?
I think 12 is too high. I would not trade up back into the first round to get him. If he's there in the second round, I run to the podium and turn in my draft card. But I think that there's too many other running backs that are going to be comparable or maybe have a chance to be even better than Omari Hampton, where you don't have to waste draft capital to trade up to get him. I think he's a very good running back. I just don't think that he's so far head and shoulders above some of these other guys that are behind him on the list that you have to spend extra draft capital to go get him. I mean, he's very good. He's just not, he's not Genty.
No, he's not. All right. So once we go to past those two guys that are maybe getting some first round grades right now, where do you put your number 3, your number 4, your number 5 of guys you'd like to see Dallas be able to look at, that maybe if these guys fall, maybe if there isn't a run, maybe if they, Omari Hampton goes in the first, maybe they trade up early in the second, or trade up a few picks earlier in the second to go get them. What are your thoughts on the next couple running backs?
Well, I have like 7 guys that I would be okay with them getting in the second or third round. That I would be just as happy if they got one over the other. It doesn't mean one's going to be as good as I don't think that Jordan James from Oregon is going to be as good as Quinshon Judkins, but I would be happy with all of these players.
Okay.
I'll preface it with that. But my ranking right now goes starting with behind Amari and Hampton at number 3. It goes Quinshon Judkins at number 3, Caleb Johnson at number 4, Trevion Henderson at number 5, Cam Scatabo at number 6, Dylan Sampson at number 7, DJ Giddens at number 8, Devin Neal at number 9, and Jordan James at number 10. I'd be happy with all these players. The one that I really want the Cowboys to go after with their number 44 pick, assuming they pick a wide receiver in round 1, is Quinshon Judkins, just because I think he's such a tough runner and he can do all kinds of different things. He's just an absolute beast. The one of the most heartbreaking things that happened to me last season was that he transferred from Ole Miss to Ohio State. I hated that so much because after he left, they just had a gaping hole at running back, and that was the difference in their season. And so I hate him for leaving, but if he comes to the Cowboys and he fixes my running back situation with the Cowboys, then all will be forgiven. Travion Henderson, I think, is getting higher grades than Judkins and Caleb Johnson, and I understand why. I just prefer those other two backs because they're a little bit bigger and they can run in between the tackles a little bit more effectively. But like you could pick these guys if you put them in a ranking, just the three of them, it would be 1A, 1B, 1C for me.
Yeah,
they're super close. So I mean, any of those 7 guys would be perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, Cam Scadaboo is the one that's always the most interesting for the Cowboys because it feels like I don't know if he's a Jerry dream guy or if Jerry thinks this guy is going to be a problem for me because he just won't fall in line and do what I want him to do. Because I could see Jerry falling in love with a guy like this because Jerry does love guys who are going to go in the media, and Jerry loves a guy who, when he puts on the star, says, "There's no better feeling to be a Dallas Cowboy. This is the greatest franchise in the history," because that's just kind of his character, is he's going to say those things. Where do you fall that Jerry Jones may be in love with a guy like Cam Scadaboo? Not necessarily, but a guy like him.
I mean, I could absolutely see it. I mean, he did it with Micah Parsons. I mean, he knew drafting Micah Parsons, he was going to get a lot of sound clips and a lot of media out of that guy. I mean, outside of his amazing physical gifts and his abilities as a football player. So I could absolutely see it. I really like Cam Scadaboo, the player. I really like Cam Scadaboo, the player. He's going to be one of the hardest players in the NFL to tackle from day one at the running back position. I fully believe that. I personally don't like all the extra stuff that comes with him, which, Jerry seems to like in a lot of his players.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I could definitely see him fall. I don't think he would necessarily reach up to grab him or anything like that. But if they do what Mel Kiper and Field Yates said yesterday and they go receiver corner and Cam Scadaboo's still sitting there in the 3rd round when they pick, I could see Jerry being like, "Oh yeah, let's do it." I'm gonna sell so many freaking jerseys out of this guy. I'm gonna have so many Twitter viral moments out of this guy because the first training camp that he's gonna get in a fight with another rookie corner, or like he's gonna be throwing up midway through and then go catch like a one-handed catch on the sideline and then talk to the media about it. Like, I could see it being a dream scenario for Jerry for sure. For me personally, I would like to start to avoid those types of players.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like an interesting one that I feel like he could really fall in love there just because, like everyone else on there, once you get past, I think, Caleb Johnson, you start to fall into guys that have the possibility, but maybe aren't necessarily the flashiest or not necessarily the most sure thing guys. That's why, like for me, I think you have to get a running back before. I think there's 5 running backs that are okay for the Cowboys to get. And I know the other guys, it's fine they get them, but I still think you have a weakness at that position most likely if you don't get, an Ohio State running back, Caleb Johnson or Amarian Hampton. And I know you're not getting Ashton Dancy, but I think if you don't get one of those guys, it starts to fall into, well, you waited till the 3rd round and you got somebody and he'll be okay. But once again, the running game is going to be a problem because the offensive line isn't necessarily the best run offensive line in the world. They're built to be a pass pro offensive line. So they're not necessarily pushing people around and open up giant holes that guys are going to be able to run through. So for a rookie to come in and have to deal with that type of thing may be a little bit tougher for them. Then you go into guys that are maybe a little bit worse at pass pro and maybe just don't have necessarily the skins on the wall that some of the other guys in this draft have. So that's a little bit of my worry for the Cowboys is I think they could fall in love with somebody they think is going to be there in the 3rd round and just say, well, we're going to get value, and value is what we like to get in the draft. So instead of taking a player for need in the 2nd round, we're going to wait and miss out on a lot of guys. Now, granted, Travion Henderson and Quinshaw and Judkins could both be gone by the time you get to the 2nd round pick and kind of force their hand that they realize they're not going to get anybody in the 3rd round. Because you have 9 or 10 guys on your grade that you're okay with them getting.
Mm-hmm.
And so, they may think, well, we're already at like 5 or 6 gone and we have 9. So we got to take one now or trade back a couple spots and take one, but we have to get something right now because we know it's going to be a problem. I just still worry this Cowboys team may try and wait till the 3rd and lose out on one of the guys they're really interested in. And what do you do if you get there and, you're taking RJ Harvey out of USCF, or you're, taking Trevor Etienne out of Georgia, and you go, well, his brother's pretty good, so we're just going to take him and hope for the best. I don't know if you feel as good about this roster next season, because, again, it's just it's been a problem for the last several years now, and it feels like not addressing it is, again, malpractice, where if you don't get another wide receiver, there's still some guys out there you can go try and sign. There's still some other pieces that you can go try and make and fit things together and piece something together at the wide receiver position. Now, whether they do or not is a question. There's always wide receivers available in trade, because anybody who's got a contract coming up is not going to want it. You can go get Brandon Ayuk, apparently. If you really wanted to, you could probably go and trade to get him. But I just feel like the running back, there's not really a lot of guys available in trade. There's not really a lot of guys available, not much available in free agency anymore. I just don't know if you can address it either way. And if this is the year you want to do it, waiting to try and get the best value at pick in the third round feels like it's just way too risky for me. So I think you got to get one of the first two, and you really want to get one of those top guys. And if you see, if Trayvon Henderson goes in the first round, I'm picking up the phone and starting calling and be like, get me up. I cannot wait I can't wait until the fourth one's gone and then hope to go up and get my guy, because I just don't know if after that, or you're going to kind of reach on a Cam Scatterbo or somebody like that and take him in the second, which may be a little high for those guys who I like, but I don't know if they're going to be franchise-changing running backs. And Caleb Johnson may not be either. And, maybe Quinshon Judkins isn't a franchise-changing running back, but I think they can be starters for 3 or 4. I don't think you have to draft a running back the next season if you get those guys.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you there. I also think that there's guys that this is a very deep running back class.
Yeah.
And I think that there's guys who you can get later who will surprise you. And do you want to take that risk? That's another question. And I think that's what you're trying to get at here, is it's a lot more of a risk to take like a Damian Martinez out of Miami, or a Brashard Smith out of SMU, or even going further down the list, like, Ollie Gordon is really ranked really low on this list. And Donovan Edwards out of Michigan, who coming into last year was the best running back in the country, he's listed toward the bottom of the rankings. But those are good players. So I think that you could see a situation where, let's say that there's that run on running backs and you're sitting there in the second round and Genty, Hampton, Henderson, Judkins, and the Iowa kid Caleb Johnson are all gone. I think in that situation, they just kind of stand pat. I really do. And it would be really hard to see them do that. And I would be really angry in the moment, but I would understand it, because the guys that I have below them are, I'm saying I'm okay with them getting them. I don't know that those are the guys that you would necessarily need to put you over the top in your running game either. So I'm not trying to say that drafting a Jordan James out of Oregon is going to be the home run pick. I think the only guy really out of that list who you would still feel really good about if you get him is Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. But outside of that, it's really hard to see those guys being, coming in and being an every down NFL running back from day one. So
yeah,
I see what you're saying there. But in that situation, they may take 2 running backs.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Ollie Gordon falls, or you have faith in somebody later on, and that's why I say too is that Miles Sanders one. You may be going with a 6th, 7th round running back that you feel has a shot to make the roster over Miles Sanders, and just try those 2 guys out back to back. That's a possibility as well. I wonder who will be the last drafted player from that college football first returning picture with Donovan Edwards, Quinn Ewers, and Travis Johnson. Travis, I don't know who it would be, because we know who's going first.
I think it's going to be Donovan Edwards. There's a chance that he could go 7th round. I still maintain Quinn's going to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. So it's got to be Donovan Edwards for me. And
do you think that Donovan Edwards is almost guaranteed to get picked by Harbaugh in the 7th round if he's still there? Do you think Harbaugh will have enough love for him in his heart to say
100%.
I will take this guy because I will help them. I'm still a Michigan man, and I'll help out Michigan by taking another player off the board. And I still believe in him because he did well for me before.
Absolutely. I absolutely could see that happening. I mean, Donovan Edwards kind of fits the mold of a Damian Pierce to me. Like, he's going to be a guy that's overlooked a lot, and then he could come in and have a really good rookie season potentially in the right place. But I don't see him necessarily being like a long-term, we after Damian Pierce's rookie season, all the Texans fans were like, "Oh my God, we got a running back."
Yep.
And then
now
and then it went downhill very quickly because he kind of got exposed, and they got film on him, and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like it'd be the same thing for Donovan Edwards. I'm not saying they're the same kind of player, but I could see them having a similar path.
No, I'm with you on that. Yeah, the Chargers have the second to last pick in this draft.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if Donovan Edwards is still on the board, Harbaugh is definitely picking him.
I feel like Donovan Edwards will be taking it pick 256 if he is not taken before that. So an interesting one there. Let's look at it for the Texans though, because they're not in the same position of needing necessarily. So you can go a little bit riskier if you're the Texans. You can go into those ones we were just talking about of being able to get a running back that you feel has potential, but if he doesn't, you're just replacing Damian. You're trying to put a backup in there and maybe find somebody that can replace Joe Mixon, but you're not at a detriment this season. But if you find it, it's a huge boost because now you have someone that can share time with Joe Mixon and you have somebody to replace Joe Mixon. You have a lot of things going for you. And so I think that draft class falls a little bit lower down. And the question is for the Texans, if you're going to take a running back later on, do you go look at an Ollie Gordon or somebody like that you think, well, maybe he was just misused last year. Maybe something went wrong last season. Maybe he was hurt. Maybe there's something we don't know about. And we can add him in, and the ceiling for him is really, really high. But the floor is he's washed, he's done, and he will never play a snap in the NFL. It's kind of the floor for Ollie Gordon, which is crazy to say. You would have said that a year ago. But right now, the floor is maybe something went so terribly wrong that it's just never going to be the same. Whether that is something in his mind, whether that's something on his body, whatever it is, you think that the ceiling, though, is he's a starting running back for the next 6-7 years. And the downside is that is a crazy level of flux for a guy like that. Or do you go maybe a Taj Brooks, who's a little bit more steady, and you feel, okay, we know we're getting Taj Brooks. He's never going to be the guy, but he can play in a share for a while probably. We can probably get 3 or 4 years out of him in a share, and once his contract's up, we'll see what he wants to get paid. But, we're not necessarily – I don't know if his ceiling is insanely that much higher than what we think he's going to be right now.
Yeah, I could see them doing that for absolutely. There's a couple of guys on this list that I have that kind of fit that mold. I mean, Trevor Etienne's one of those guys.
Yeah.
Bayshell Tootin out of Virginia Tech. Let's see. Damian Martinez out of Miami is one. I think you could even conceivably put Jaden Blue on that list just because, he's probably never going to be an every down running back in the NFL, but in tandem with Joe Mixon, that gives you an entirely new way you can, an entirely new wrinkle in your offense that you can implement because of his blazing speed and his ability to catch passes out of the backfield and give defenses different looks. So they can certainly wait a little bit longer and try and find a complementary guy. I feel a lot better about their running back situation than I do with the Cowboys, obviously, because of Joe Mixon. So, they'll be able to take a few more risks there. I still think they end up with a running back on day 2, probably at the worst, like the front of day 3. So, yeah. There's a bunch of different directions they could go for sure.
No, and that's the thing is, I think that you could really say, I think the Texans, I'd like to see a running back in day 2, but I understand that that's maybe not going to happen. And if you see enough guys starting to fall, maybe the teams that really wanted running backs take their guys, you feel you can let it slide to day 3. That's where you go. I just don't want to see it get into the 6th round and you still haven't taken any, because then you're really going to be scraping. You're probably going to try and get a guy from a smaller school that maybe doesn't have as much tape on him or something, and you feel you can turn that guy into something else. But at the end of the day, I'd like to see them go get a player because I do think Joe Mixon's going to miss some time next year. He just keeps doing it. And if you want to move on from Damian Pierce, you're just trying to Like the offense wasn't explosive enough last year, and you added a lot of pieces that are now gone. And I know Tank Dell could return at some point next year, but I think you just have to kind of add some more pieces. This defense looks almost complete. I know you want to add another defensive tackle. I know the offensive line is where you really want to build, but there's always that feeling for me of, all right, if we're in the 4th round and we're taking another offensive lineman, is that guy ever going to play for you? Hopefully not, because hopefully you have enough guys that are, that you've drafted well enough and other players that you can get to play better. You have more talented guys on that roster right now. And so if you're drafting guys and hoping to coach them up with the same coaches who have been there, I don't know what at what point you're just throwing more mud into the water. Like, I don't know how much is it actually going to help at a certain point. And I think you have to kind of take some chances on some other guys and keep figuring out the offensive line and pieces. But, I think some people are just keep thinking the Texans are going to draft 8 offensive linemen in this draft, and that'll somehow make a difference because, well, we have a bunch of them now, so now they can't be bad. Like, yeah, they can, because you've drafted offensive linemen over and over and over again. And none of them were working out last season. Not one. There wasn't like Blake Fisher was pretty good or Titus Howard. Some were just not as bad as others. But as much as people kept saying Laramie Tunsil is a starting left tackle, he wasn't last year. Last year he was garbage because everyone was garbage, and you could say, well, he was in front of his guy, and you go, yeah. And there was no point where he helped out on anybody else. And there was no point where anything was cohesive among the line last season. Now, 2 seasons ago, everyone was hurt. So you wanted more depth, and it's all falling apart there. So I think you need to add some more weapons on the edge, and that is where a Jaden Blue type player comes in as well, because that's a weapon that you can use. And so he's not necessarily the guy you would say is going to be the backup for you, or even the guy who's the replacement for Joe Mixon, but he is a weapon that you can use in both the passing and running game.
Yeah, and I think the best path for the Texans right now in the draft, from round 1 to round 2 to round 3 is wide receiver, offensive line, running back.
Yeah,
I think that's the most logical path for them to go. And then maybe tight end in the 4th round if you see a guy that you like if Gunnar Helm's still available or something like that. Like, they have to address the weapons. They also have to address the offensive line at a certain point. But it's like you said, you can't go full in on the offensive line. Otherwise, all these moves that you made this offseason mean nothing. If you trade for a tackle, you sign a tackle, you sign another guy on the interior, and they made like 4 additions to the offensive line so far this offseason, I think.
Yeah, more than that.
At least like 4 or 5. So then if you go draft 3 or 4 offensive linemen, it's just like there's not enough room in the matchbox for all the matches.
No, yeah, you get a competition, but if the competition is a bunch of guys who aren't really starters, is that somehow elevate somebody? I just don't get. I get the thinking process where you have to figure something out, and so just keep throwing it at the wall, and maybe something will stick. But I think that's a pretty bad way to run your franchise. And when you have other needs that you want, I know Nick Caserio came out today and said the Texans don't draft for need. It's Nick Caserio stuff, but yes, they do.
Well, I think that's like it's not just Nick Caserio that says that either. It's a sentiment across the NFL at large, where they try to tell you that they're just picking the best player available, and certain teams can do that. Like the Eagles can do that. The Commanders can probably do that. The Lions can do that. The Chiefs can do that. Like there's certain teams that, we'll just take the best player available and he'll fit into our roster somewhere. But when you're a team like the Cowboys or the Texans that have such glaring holes that if you don't address them, it's just going to be another problem next year. You're going to be in the same exact position. It doesn't matter if you get, all of the offensive linemen in the world. If you don't have anybody for CJ Stroud to throw the ball to, it's not going to go anywhere anyway. So
yeah, and I mean, if you want to say we don't plan to reach, so if we think Luther Burden is a mid-second round grade and all the wide receivers we have taken at first round, we don't have a grade on them, we're going to take somebody we have a first round grade on. Mm-hmm. We don't want to reach that far, or we'll trade back. But like that we don't draft for need. And you went 2 years ago, you traded up so you could get CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. That's drafting for need, right?
Your
Like
two
crazy on that,
biggest
that's drafting-
needs.
Yeah, you had your two biggest needs, and you traded up and traded a lot to go get your two biggest needs handled in the first round. Of course you do. Everyone does. And if you don't, you're an idiot. And go retire today. Because if you're not thinking we really need to get a wide receiver, then you are tricking yourself because you don't have a wide receiver on. You have a worse wide receiver 2 on opening day than the Cowboys do, and that's a problem.
That's
You
a very
don't
big
want
problem.
to have that. Like I like some of the guys on the roster. I think they're nice guys. I think they're decent players, but they're not a wide receiver 2. They're not somebody in today's NFL where a wide receiver 2 is so important, where everyone is going out to try and get that wide receiver 2. And this is the best part. If you draft a wide receiver in the first round, then you don't have to draft one next year. And hopefully down the line, you can build a team that's like the Eagles where you don't necessarily have to draft for need a lot. And you can start planning down the road. That's what the Cowboys would like to be able to do too. The problem is if you can't address them in other ways, you didn't want to pay $30 million to another wide receiver this season, which I get. I understand that. But at the same point, if you don't want to do that, then you're going to have to go in the draft and go get somebody. Tank Dell's probably going to – I mean, I can't imagine him coming back and playing this season. Maybe they have hopes for him to come back. And in 2 years, though, you may have Tank Dell back. And so in 2 seasons, you draft a wide receiver that works out in that first round. And then you have Nico Collins, this new wide receiver, and Tank Dell going into a year from now. You feel pretty good about things at that spot. It just seems like you got to do it. So it's silly, but I think you got to go with that. I know you want to get a D tackle at some point. I know you want to add offensive line, but at a certain point, you can't just say, well, we think this defense, because what if you miss on that one too?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. And look, the Cowboys have gotten themselves in a lot of problems with drafting for need in the past. So I understand why there's that sentiment where it's not always a good idea. Like when they took Mozzie Smith or they took Chaco Charlton or they took, they reached for Ezekiel Elliott and they traded up and got him. And he was really good for like 2 or 3 years. And then it just all falls apart. Like, yeah, I get it. Like you can put yourself in bad positions by drafting solely on need as opposed to the best player available. But the reverse is also true. So you have to find a happy medium somewhere in there where you're not reaching for a player who, if there's a big gap between, Luther Burden and then the next wide receiver on the board, it's like, okay, we'll take Luther Burden because he's the best receiver and we need him and we feel like he's a good fit here. But you don't want to just like, well, Luther Burden's gone. We got to go get the next guy. And it's, a 5th round pick or whatever. So, there's a lot of different ways to look at it. You just kind of have to find the happy medium. I hope that they do that because I've really, really started to like the Texans over the last couple of years. I think they've turned themselves from one of the most unlikable teams in the NFL to one of the most likable teams in the NFL within a matter of a couple of years, which is really impressive. So I hope they get it right. I really enjoy watching them. I want the best for CJ Stroud because I think he has a chance to be, a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And you just hope that they, make the right decisions to put the pieces around him to help him be successful. And to do that, you have to have a wide receiver. You have to find a good running back to put behind Joe Mixon. And, you can't just hope that you're going to find an offensive lineman by drafting 17 of them.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Let's take a quick break. We come back. We'll talk a little NBA. We'll get to our meathead of the day as well and wrap things up. My man Chan on the text line says that I'm going to have a hard time trying to watch Sit Through Moneyball. I don't know. My man, I don't know if Chan is saying that he didn't like the movie or if just Patrick having to sit through any movie is going to be a problem. I think the Patrick sitting through anything is somewhat a problem. I had to pause Happy Gilmore like 7 times just because I can't watch an hour and a half straight through. Get bored really easily in movies. So I had to pause that one several times. Like do something on my phone or do something else. I don't want to do this for straight 90 minutes. It's too much. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk a little NBA. And I did want to pick and see if we have any ideas of how to try and fix some of these problems. I'm happy the NBA is trying to, but don't seem to be fixing the problems they keep trying to fix. So we'll get into that when we come back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave. Your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. Do you have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we keep it rolling along here. Wrap up the show. We did have some games last night in the NBA. We had the Magic completely dismantle the Hawks from beginning to end, just run over them the entire game. They're just a better team. I thought the Magic would be better this season overall. They're a better team. They had some injuries, so maybe they're a team that will do a little bit. I don't know how much you can do against the Celtics in the playoffs, but if they had a better seed, I think they could have made a little bit more of a run. We saw Trae Young show who Trae Young is by being very immature and getting himself tossed out of a play-in game by knocking the ball away from the refs several times and basically trying to slow the game down because Trae Young is unhappy unless Trae Young gets every call on the court. There was a penalty that he actually got a foul that was overturned by the officials when Paolo Banchero basically was running backwards with his arm straight up in the air while Trae Young's running into him. And then Paolo Banchero gets a completely clean block. Trae Young's like, that's a foul. And you're like, that's not a foul. You just creating contact does not automatically make it a foul every time, Trae. Don't tell SGA that. Don't tell him that. Playoffs are coming up. He needs it. But he said that. And then the Grizzlies put up a really good fight. I thought this one would be a little bit more out of hand, but the Warriors get a 121-116 win. That Jimmy Butler trade was huge. Huge for this Warriors team. And it was just funny because everyone seemed to be out on Jimmy Butler for a period of time that no one wanted to deal with that. He has 38 points in the game. Steph Curry has 37. And they are able to get the win there. So two big games last night as we move on. Tonight, we get the 9-10 seeds. These are games that don't really need to happen. I'm not sure we need to see these games, but we get a 37-45 Heat versus a 39-43 Bulls and a 39-43 Mavericks versus a 40-42 Kings. This leads to the problem for NBA fans that there are times that the play-in seems like it's a really good thing. In the West, it is really, really competitive, and you can kind of see it right now. It feels like maybe that wasn't as necessary. For Mavericks fans, they wish there was not a play-in because they don't want to see this season go on anymore. No one wants to hear from Nico Harrison anymore. No one wants to hear from the ownership. and everyone just continuing. I know that. Did you see the Tim McMahon interview with Nico Harrison where he was asking him questions and basically going, hey, so since you've completely ostracized everyone who made this Mavericks team so loved in Dallas and everyone that made it like a great culture and everything else, like directly after Mark Cuban was gone. So basically you came in and then Mark Cuban's gone and, he's still a minority owner, but he's not a majority owner anymore. And once you got kind of rid of Mark Cuban, who was another reason this franchise was really popular, you guys just came in and stripped everything away and then wonder why people hate you because you took everything like what? Well, Dirk doesn't want to be a part of it. Yeah, because you guys are a-holes. How is this not coming across to you yet? Well, we think we're going to replace them all with better people. So everyone else in the league tells you didn't, but you believe you did, Nico? I don't know which one of you to believe. Everyone else or you? Who should I believe, Nico? Who should I believe? But they may be put out of their misery tonight. Loser go home games tonight. So this is yesterday was they still get one more game. The losers still play one more. This is loser go home games. This is Anthony Davis probably pulling something in his leg with like 6 minutes to go in a close game.
He's probably tearing or pulling something in the first 6 minutes of the first quarter. Is how I see it.
I always think it was going to be a little bit later when there was still some hope and everything was going okay, and then it just falls apart there at the end on like a move against Sabonis, which is just you don't want to see. But it's going to be I don't know. This feels like the Heat Bulls game will basically be a little bit of fun to watch because it is two teams that are kind of young and there will be some fun basketball in it. I mean, I don't think either of those teams want to go home. But the Mavs and Kings feel like two teams that maybe kind of are okay going home.
Yeah. I hope the Mavericks lose by 50. But, going back to the Nico Harrison thing for a second. So Michelle Montaigne, who's a reporter for WFAA and used to work for me over on Texas Longhorns on SI. Everybody should go follow her, by the way. She's fantastic at what she does. But she went through and counted how many times Nico Harrison said defense wins championships during that press conference. And he said it like 10 different times.
Does he know that there's 4 other players on the court and you can get 4 defensive players out there and put him with Luka, and that's how defense wins championships?
But yeah, apparently not. But even when the question wasn't about defense, he would still say defense wins championships because he's just so married to that mentality. And
I don't think he's married to that mentality. I think he's married to that's the line that will get me out of this. So he knows it's BS. There's no way that he doesn't know he got screwed on this trade. And there's no way he doesn't know that, like, he was told we're not going to pay him, so get rid of him. We're not paying him. And he has been trying to spin out of it instead of just saying, I'm getting fired. Those guys did not want to pay Luka Doncic. I was told to get rid of him. I did my job. And I hope at one point he says it and just completely throws him under the bus. Says, I was told in no uncertain terms we would never pay Luka Doncic a Supermax contract. And so I was to get rid of him and then try and spin it into something better. That's what I was told to do. And I did a poor job of that because I could have done that better.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. I would watch to see what Tim McMahon comes out with tomorrow morning after the Mavericks lose tonight, because he's gonna put out a story on ESPN within the next day or two that's gonna really open up a lot of eyes for everybody on how this thing actually fell apart and why Dirk isn't there and having a say in things, why Mark Cuban was shut out and all those different things. So everybody watch out for that, because there's one thing, like, I think Tim McMahon is one of the best NBA reporters on the planet. He's amazing at his job. He's a little abrasive and he's not the most likable guy in the world all the time, but I have a lot of respect for him and I like him a lot. He is not afraid to dig into what's going on here and expose everything that has happened with this team. And he's about to do it. So everybody keep an eye out for that. But I mean, look, back to the play-in, because I really don't know how much I can talk about the Mavericks anymore without pulling my hair out and jumping out of a window. But there's no reason to have this 9-10 playoff game.
There's not. And again, the reason why they have this, the entire reason is because it was a problem in the NBA that everyone who was a 6 seed or below sat all their players, did not play competitive games for the last 2 months of the season. That's why they got rid of it. Is they said we have to do something to beat tanking. And if we can keep 20 teams competitive, 20, maybe 22, maybe 23 competitive teams that are at least trying to win basketball games in the month of April, in the month of March, then we can still be viable. But we cannot have 15 teams, 10 to 15 teams trying to win and 10 to 15 teams actively trying to lose, because every game sucks then. Because every game is just one game. It's like you maybe, 8 games out of your 10-game slate on a Tuesday night is pretty much decided before the game because half the teams are trying to lose. So they're trying to combat that. It's the same problem they have, and we maybe talk about this more tomorrow because we're running out of time, but the 65%, you have to play 65 games out of 82. There's 15% of players that are eligible for postseason awards right now because they didn't want players to sit out. But like a Luka Doncic got realistically hurt. He didn't really have load management so much as he got hurt. And players are getting hurt at a really high clip right now because of the back-to-backs, because of the travel, because of everything else. So there's a level of it where when you go into players' safety, players have to put their body. Players are getting hurt more because they're not allowed to play nonstop and practice the way old school. The game has become so much more athletic that guys are just doing things that human bodies aren't really supposed to do. And what they're trying to do, the NBA is kind of swinging and missing on some of these things because a play-in tournament falls into that swing and miss right now because the games just don't need to happen. These guys shouldn't be in the playoffs. They have a below 500 record. And I get you don't want to encourage a team that is at 500 in February to say, screw it, we're tanking. But you got to find another way to do it.
You definitely have to find another way to do it because those teams are going to do it anyway.
No, in the bottom team. So if you're 5-6 teams below 500 in February, you're doing it. So you didn't really stop those teams from doing it. But the teams right around 500 now don't do it as much because the money you can make from the playoffs will keep most owners interested and try and keep most teams winning. Because, again, there's a lot of teams in the NBA who don't care about winning a title. They only want to stay good enough to make the playoffs. And the rest we'll try and figure out.
Well, and this is a bit of a hot take, so I understand if you hate this idea. But I'm of the opinion that they should do away with conferences in the NBA, and that there should just be the 16 best teams playing in the playoffs, because there doesn't need to be a 39-43 Mavericks team competing for a playoff spot. There doesn't need to be a 37-45 Heat team. Was that their record?
Yeah.
Those teams don't need to be making the playoffs. The tanking, I'm fine with tanking. I don't care. It's become so ingrained at me at this point that I just don't care anymore. Everybody does it. It is what it is. I understand the money. There's more money in the playoffs, but the way to make the NBA at large a better product, regardless of the tanking, is, just put the 16 best teams in there. It'll be like 12 Western Conference teams and 4 Eastern Conference teams most years, and that's fine. But do not go in with a 9-10 play-in game against 2 bad teams in the East and 2 bad teams in the West who don't deserve to be there in the first place.
And so I get that, but once we get rid of conferences, that means we have to change up scheduling a lot more because you do want to spread out, because part of the reason why the East is what it is because the Cavs and Celtics get to play a lot of crappy teams. And so if you made them play a tougher schedule because they're playing teams from the East and the West, and you relegate it and you play against, whatever ranked last season, I think you have to work something like that. I think it's a possibility. There are issues that we see that the more you would make the teams from the West play teams in the East and travel and do those games, it's a lot harder to go West to East than it is East to West. For the most part, that's what every Pac-12 former team would tell you. that travel is killing them right now. So I get kind of reasons why to do it. We'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow if we have a little bit more time about it. But I'm with you. I think there needs to be some different changes to it, and you have to find ways to incentivize teams to compete still without having to necessarily draw this out and have some games that we don't all need to watch at the end of the day. But let's get to our meat out of the day. I don't have much for you today, but I wanted to show you a new piece of food that I saw pop up the other day. And we'll say whoever invented this I'm going to put in there. I believe this is from the Blue Jays. This is the Blue Jays' new pick here. The cotton candy fries from the Blue Jays. Do you want a pile of sugar on your French fries? Now, I know there's a lot of sugar in ketchup, so it's not that much off, but do you want just sugar on top of your French fries?
No. That is horrifying. That's not as bad as a pimento cheese milkshake. But that's pretty bad. Like, I don't know what that blue icing is, but if somebody handed me that when I was at, like, let's say I'm at a game, like you and I are at a game, Patrick, and we for some reason we go to Toronto and watch the Blue Jays, and you come back and you're like, here, Matt, I got you these cotton candy fries. I would just throw them on the ground in front of me. Be like, okay, how much did you pay for those? $13. Here's the $13. I'm not eating this crap.
No, I feel like this is not necessarily what I'd be trying to pull the ones without anything on it, and you're always trying to do that one. I don't know. I had the ultimate Tostitos nachos when I was at AT&T Stadium because we hadn't eaten yet. And I was like, oh, I need to eat something while I was there. And they were decent, but a little bit more of food that you couldn't really eat while you were trying to do anything else. And you were just like, this is too messy. And I did not want to pay $15 for nachos, but that's what ends up when you're hungry at an event and you're already there and it became too late to do anything else. Matt, we got to wrap it up. Hey, Roy says you did a great job closing out the show. Thanks for listening, by the way, Ray. Roy, we appreciate you. We'll be back tomorrow to close out our week. We're off Friday this week, celebrating Good Friday. So all the shows will be off this week on Texas Sports Unfiltered. So we'll be getting ready for the weekend tomorrow. On a Thursday show, we'll get Matt's bourbon review and all of those things on a Thursday this week as we prepare you for a weekend of NBA playoffs and more transfer portal goodness here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from